Hello everyone, how you doing this evening? We're going to be live streaming the McHenry Township meetings tonight in hopes to get a little bit better audio and perhaps some entertaining commentary. I won't be talking over the entire meeting so that y'all can at least hear everything that's going on, but I may chime in occasionally, and I think they're starting, so I'm going to shut up for a moment. Looks like our video is a little bit delayed from the phone audio, just FYI.
Here, all present. Okay. So now we're going to move on to the public comment for this public hearing. Is there any public comment for this public hearing? Anderson. If there is, please state your name.
There is? Mike? Taller? I just want to say that I think that it's a little shady that you all can be in that same room here and we cannot. I would prefer that, especially given the upcoming meeting after this one, that the public be able to be present for these meetings if you are all going to be there as well. Just a little bit of an FYI.
Yeah. State your name. Jamie Rouse, McHenry. February 3rd. February 3rd. February 10th. February 24th. March 2nd. March 16th. March 30th. April 6th. April 13th. April 20th, and April 27th. 10 times in over 3 months, this board has met to go over this budget, which is quite a budget, I will say. You still have not adopted the ordinance after the last month since your last budget meeting. This is outside of the township and state municipality codes for the budget, which states that once you have a tentative ordinance, it has to be posted in a newspaper 30 days prior before public hearings can be held and it can be finalized. And at that time, has to be before the last day of the last month of the first quarter of the fiscal year, which is June 30th. That's not going to happen. Time and time again, this board has shown that either what the actions that they take are either intentional or they are just grossly incompetent. And once again, as with every meeting and in everybody's hearts that's on the phone with me right now, we ask the three trustees, Anderson, Vera, and Rakestraw, please resign and help us save our township.
Any other public comment?
Yes, I have comment. Robert Beltran.
Go ahead, Robert.
Go, Robert.
Okay. Two comments. One on agendas. I see that things haven't changed much. Agendas are not discussion forums, and using them as such outside the public meeting to communicate with other trustees violates the spirit and intent of the Open Meetings Act. This agenda, or rather the agenda for the upcoming meeting, like others in the recent past, is still being used by Mr. Ver to prejudice the discussion, other trustees, and the public opinion by presenting arguments in favor of his proposed items. While referencing them as comments, it at least reveals the opinion as being his and not that of the township, per se. There are no counter arguments presented, and it's entirely inappropriate for this to appear in the agenda. I propose the board move to constrain agenda items to the proposal or action item itself. I would request that one of the board members make such a motion to make that rule for themselves. And also, regarding the special meetings being called by more than two trustees, to me that makes a lot of sense. Otherwise, a minority of the board with time on their hands could harass and even essentially extort the rest of the board into agreements they would not otherwise accept by forcing an unlimited number of special meetings. And they could also pad their own pocketbooks by getting paid for each of those special meetings. So I don't think that's fiscally responsible to give that kind of power to only two board members, a minority. Thank you.
Good job there, Robert.
Any other public comment?
Yes.
Please state your name and go ahead.
Linda Toller.
Go ahead, Linda.
Go, Linda. Go, Linda.
You talk about respect, Mr. Rakestraw. You talk about doing what's right, Mr. Anderson. You talk about standing up for the little guy, Mr. Veer. You talk and talk and talk, yet you leave out so much. Respect for me and my friends, not for those with dissenting opinions. Respect for what's right, or what's right for me and my own agendas, not for the common good. Standing up for the little guy I created in my head to make myself a hero, a god amongst the ignorant peasants. You talk, and you lie. You connive, confound, and conspire. We don't want this township dissolved. We've told you this. We even had a vote on it a few short months ago. Or do you not remember because it didn't go your way? If the only people who find you worthy of your position are yourselves, what does that tell you? You're wasting our money, not the township. You're the problem, not the township. Allow me to break your delusions. You are not the heroes of the story. You are not even the villains. You're just the tyrants. I can honestly say I look forward to the day your names are nothing more than a soiled footnote in the history of this great township, if that. I hope you fade into obscurity where all tyrants and evil men belong. In the time we should be pulling together, you see no reason but to stay your destructive course for your own desires. I'd ask you to stop, think, and reconsider, but I know the words would fall on deaf ears. So instead, I'll ask of anyone listening who feels and understands how inherently wrong all of this is, Never stop fighting. Never stop believing there's a light at the end of all this darkness. The only way we're getting through this is together.
Ooh, Linda, lighten it
Thank you,
up.
Linda. Any more public comment? Any more public comment? All right, Craig, I don't hear any more public comment.
Notice Veer left in the middle of that.
Town budget and general assistance budget. I know we've been over this several times. I just wanted to point out that, we reduced this budget by 32%. 32%. Unheard of. That's just unheard of. Good job.
The audio, so trash.
There's a motion and a second. Yeah.
Let me see if I can fix this.
Approve the McHenry budget appropriation ordinance number 112006. I have a second to that motion. Second. Any discussion? Yes. What page are the salaries? Page 6.
McHenry budget appropriation ordinance.
I want you to know. Plus,
Yes, Mr. Rick.
we've already increased it. We increased salaries in every department.
Plus, we cut off 4 people in this process, and I cannot lose any more people. I need that many people to run the township now that's left. It's just the way it is. And we've already decreased it. We decreased salaries in every department, I believe. And I know the road district didn't do that, we did it. So I think it should be commended.
Trash coming up in my,
How many employees are there again?
trying to switch
Total employees,
the audio. See if that's a little better.
let me just think. Not many. 3, 4, 6.
Including yourself. That's a count.
Well, that doesn't really count because that's set anyways.
Yeah, but I'm just saying.
Oh, including myself, okay. In the supervisor's office, there's only 3, okay? Plus 2 part-time, okay?
3 full.
3 full, 2 part-time, it's on your list. And that's the minimum I need to run. I got an HR person, bookkeeper, we've got Debbie, we got a receptionist, and then we have a part-time person helping out with GA and other items that we need to have done. It's a very minimal staff. It's the lowest staff I've ever been there.
And what does the other part-time person do? There's 2 part-time.
Oh, I'm sorry, there's 2 I'm sorry, I got that wrong. There's 3 full-time.
You just said 3 full-time.
I did say that, but I stated it wrong.
Oh.
There's our operation manager is in there. Flo, our HR person, and then I'm drawing a blank here. Flo, Terry, and the receptionist. And then the 2 part-time would be, there's only 1 there right now.
So then you say you got 2 full-time? Is that what?
I'm saying I've got 3 full-time.
3 full-time.
And the 2 part-time are in GA. But one of those part-time we haven't hired. One person left, we may not hire them. But it's getting very busy with COVID-19 stuff, you know. So people are calling off the walls all of a sudden.
Well, those numbers didn't show up in your report.
What report? Oh, no, because, I'll tell you why.
General assistance.
Yeah, right, I'll tell you why. That's a different topic, Bob, but I'll tell you why. If you look down that sheet somewhere, you'll see, and there's another number I need to give you in that report. actual number of calls we receive.
That's not.
We need to add that to it, because there was like 81 calls we have to field and talk to and do something about. But it hasn't gone up yet, but if you see 6 pending or something there.
Well, I don't have the page, but I just figured out myself what I saw on there.
Right.
You said for April, May, you had anything.
But we had to see all 81 of those people, okay?
So you,
I think it was 81, don't take that.
is that counting both months, per month?
No, that was, I believe, don't quote me, I'm not sure, but I think that this month.
Of May?
Of May.
Wait, month of May.
Month of May, I believe, and I may have to stand corrected on this, I thought we had 81 people that came in, called, and we had to talk to them and go through the process, etc. So it's new people.
Well, does it, well, this gets, I know you have to have general assistance, but it gets to the point, if you have that many people come, they don't qualify, general assistance is not, much of a productive program, is it?
Well, it's.
And even you look, I got the numbers now from emergency system.
I understand what you're saying, but it hasn't peaked up yet. It's going to start to peak up now. With this, you know what I mean? It takes people, they're going to be off unemployment here in July, I believe, so.
Well, we said that the last time too, that's why we left $50,000.
Right. And I think
I don't see the numbers. Yeah.
Well, they're coming. I'm telling you, they're coming.
I just want to remind everybody that they have gone over this entire budget
I've been told
several
it'll be worse
times.
than
Jamie
2008.
listed all the dates.
What about
Everything should be settled.
By people in the field.
Who?
By the housing authority.
Who? I want names of people that have told you this.
I don't have names. The housing authority told us. The McHenry County has told us this. The Veterans Assistance Center has told us this. And it's just agencies working in the field. All right, let's move on.
Now Terry, he's the head of the parks, correct?
Well, no, he's not. He does more things than just parks.
Is he the only person who does that work, or isn't there another person?
Terry is the operations manager, so he just doesn't do parks.
But doesn't he have somebody working for him?
There is one person down there in parks working.
So there's actually 5 or 4.
Well, but he's not in parks full time at all. He's doing reports. He's doing more managerial stuff. Okay, not just for parks. For all the buildings, he takes care of all the maintenance.
So that's the half, the part-time?
Yeah, all the maintenance, all the everything else he's doing. So.
All right, well, I think I asked before, what's the total number of township employees?
You did ask me that.
I mean, this shouldn't be a mystery.
No, it's not. I don't think about this every day. I think it's, well, the assessor's office, I can't speak for them. I mean, I can tell you what they got. It's on the sheet.
I think it's not about the park,
The parks, there's only,
I think it's about your employees at the parks.
Okay, I just
bus
told you.
drivers.
2 part-time, and the parks only has 2 full-time and 1 part-time. 2 part-time.
2 full,
2 part.
2 full, 2 part.
And that's part of, I would consider seasonal, you know what I mean? For summertime, because you got to get everything mowed, etc.
How many people are on the bus?
On the bus now, we let one of those persons go. There's 1 full-time, and I believe 2 part-time.
When you say let go, what does that mean? They were put on furlough, or they were laid off?
They were laid off. They were not put on furlough. Along with those other things that we did prior to this. So you can see we don't have many employees.
I'm still trying to get a number.
I just gave you a number, didn't I?
Okay, now the parks, 2 full, 2 part.
6 part-time, 5 to full. 6
Again, all of
part-time,
this has been
5
gone
full-time,
over
whole
and over
place.
and over. The fact that Veer is dragging this out and looking for these numbers, they've been over all of
No,
this.
that's a separate office.
Does that include you too, Craig? The 5 full-time?
Yes. Gentlemen, I implore you, we've cut this I really can't run without any reductions. We've cut the pay. I did what you told me to do. We cut any raises to 1%.
Well, I don't understand what you mean by cut the pay.
I'm sorry. We cut the payroll by laying off people, et cetera. Okay.
Yeah, and the state is in this county and this township are in a financial crisis, okay?
But we need so many people here to run this organization, okay? And I'm into my bare bones, that's all I'm telling you. I am.
Veer literally
I
standing
know
on the
how much
graves
are
of
you
people
actually
that
doing
died
today?
from COVID
I'm
in
here
order
every
to
day doing
facilitate
work.
his continued
Every day.
attempt to
That's 8 hours a
defund
day?
and destroy
Yep.
the township.
Do you
Awesome.
get time sheets for the IMRF?
We do not.
Is there a reason why we don't?
Don't have to by whatever you call it, by statute.
I think the statute says you have to work at least more than 20 hours.
And I certainly do, Steve, no doubt about it.
No, but if there's no time sheets, how is that even established?
It's established by people being here every day and seeing me here every day.
We'll hold that for the other meeting, but something's going to be done about that. So, there's 5 full-time and 6 part-time?
Yes, correct.
That's what I got.
And we've already cut this by 31%. I think that's quite a bit. Have you ever heard anybody cutting their budget by 31%? I don't think so.
Well, there's quite a few
In
people
the
in
depression,
the
things were cut.
public sector
Fully
that
agree.
are cutting it by 100% because they're out of business. That's,
Well, but that's not our situation here, so.
Really, that's a justification? Because businesses went out of business, their budgets were cut by 100%.
Is there any other items you want to look at on
Well,
that?
then I think someone's going to have to become a part-time person, one of the 5 full-time.
I can't do that. I need those 5 full-time people.
Well, the parks haven't even.
I'll tell you what I
been-
can do, though, if you accept this. I'll take a
Stop
part-time person out of the
conceding
parks.
to them. Stop conceding to them, Craig. Do not let
But
them
that was
do
only
this.
seasonal anyway, right?
Yeah, but it's a long time. He's here from, it's almost all year, Steve. He's here from March through October, November. So I can do that.
But then he's not much of a part-time person.
What do you mean
He's kind of a
he's not-
full-time person. He's just a seasonal person. You call him full-time. Part-time, but he's really full-time during the months he's here, right?
Okay, well, I can take him out. That's the best I can do, and I could make it work somehow.
9 months.
9 months. Thank you, Debbie.
so you have Deb, Flo, Terry, and what?
Perceptions.
Okay, and what's there's one more person that's full-time.
That would be me.
Well,
They
you
pulled
said
the
5
same crap
full-time.
with the road district,
Deb,
trying to
Flo,
force
Terry,
them
and-
to
No, that was the whole, that was
by
everybody.
reducing the budget. They wanted them to cut like
Is that what we're talking about?
down to
He's talking
five
Parks too. He's talking Parks too.
employees.
Yeah,
It
that's
is
what I'm trying to get at.
That's the bus.
Who's the 4th full-time employee? You said Deb, Flo, Terry.
A person in the parks. Who's extremely knowledgeable.
Now, is that person that shared with the road district, is he one of those part-time people? Or she?
One of those is, yes.
So what,
That would only leave me one part-time person.
Has joined the meeting.
so what is
And
it,
he's probably, I don't know what the road district's gonna do now, so.
what do you mean you don't know what the road district's gonna do?
Well, you've obviously cut their salary, so they're gonna have to do something, so.
We didn't cut anybody's salary.
I'm sorry, you cut the payroll line, or whatever you wanna call it. Gentlemen, I think I'm being very reasonable. And you're still down We've probably done more than 32%.
All right, so where would this come out of?
Where would what come out?
If we take that part, well,
I will take it out of
the
Parks.
seasonal person,
I will take it out of Parks.
full-time seasonal, where would that come out?
It'll come out of Parks.
Which is page,
Where would a Parks employee come out of? I don't know, maybe the Parks.
Page 11. What the exact number will be, Steve, I don't know, but we'll take it out of there.
well, if we're voting on the budget now, we should probably know, right? What we vote on.
If you want to know what it is, you should probably have finalized this all before this meeting, like you're supposed to.
I can't tell you.
We have to have somewhat of a number?
I'll give you somewhat of a number. He's probably.
Was that, we have to deal with a number?
I don't think you have to deal with a number, do we, Jim? Here?
You can do one of two things. You can either reduce the total budget by whatever that amount is for the line out, or you can not reduce it and leave it to the supervisor to adjust and not have that. So you would still have that line item, but you would just eliminate that.
I would eliminate the difference. Okay.
So you could do it two ways.
Can you give us kind of a rough
estimate?
They are forcing Craig to basically reveal how much an individual is paid.
And that's with the
An individual, what their payroll
Would've got
is,
benefits,
in
so
order
yeah.
to satisfy their
Part-time
little
benefits,
crusade
yeah,
to upend all of this and
Is that the
attack
person who
him at
shared
the
with
last
the road
minute.
district?
No, it is not.
So it will be 25 plus the benefits, or 25?
The benefits will come off to whatever he was getting.
Okay. All right.
And when would that take place?
It'll take place, probably got to give me just a week to get it, 2 weeks to get it done, I guess. Got to give a 2-week notice. And then it would take place.
Well, I would say just take the money out now, the 25,000 off the line item.
I don't know if that's exactly correct. That's what...
I think we should have a dollar amount to take off.
I'm sorry, what about?
I think we should have a dollar amount to take off, so check it out.
Can you excuse me? I'll find out.
Sure.
Thank you, Mr.
I'm looking up the amount, right? Craig?
He's going back to you.
Yes, I'm sorry. Let me come to you.
Can you hear me?
Let me come to you.
He's gone back in the office.
P. James Sales, S-A-Y-L-E-S.
Craig, can you hear me? Are you coming?
This is nothing more than delayed tactics in
For
order
some
to
reason,
drag
the phone
this stuff
is
out. They could have addressed any of this in any of the numerous meetings that they've had before, but no, they're trying to ambush Craig, so that they are forcing his hand to do this thing. Whether or not it's good for the township, whether or not it's good for anything that Craig's trying to do, it's good for their agenda, and they are forcing his hand.
Debbie?
Yeah,
It's the same code and password for both meetings today, right? For the calling people?
yes, it's the same.
Well, I'm getting calls from people that they can't get in.
And I don't know why.
I don't have to. Because it's all recorded and one phone is doing it for all of us.
Steve said it's good.
Veer's on his personal cell phone in a meeting. I think that would make that FOIA-able, since it's something he's
Is there a
using
limit there?
during the course of government business.
No.
Just a thought, note for later.
Unlimited.
Jim, did you come from Wisconsin or from Woodstock?
The office. That's fine.
Otherwise, you could have just been on the phone. That's cutting your budget.
I just want to point out yet again that they are literally forcing a conversation about an individual's pay rate. How would you feel if your pay stub was being discussed publicly in a public meeting for all the world to see?
But, 15, and then the benefits would just come off automatically. Right. Because those are different rates for different things. Steve?
Yes.
Whoever's trying to call in, make sure they're using the right agenda, not from a past meeting. Because I have quite a few people online.
Okay.
All right, gentlemen, I was off. It'd be about $15,000 because he was not making a lot of money. And then whatever benefits he would have besides that.
The benefits are probably about a third of that.
Yeah.
So then you're sitting at 20,000?
You were up to about 20,000.
So that would be the number we'd be looking at?
Right. Okay, we discussed that.
I'm good with it.
Okay, thank you, Ben.
So what's that number going to be now?
Well, it'll be, the salary will be $15,000 less on the top line. So the total modification would be, to the township, a fund total amount would be 1 million. So instead of 1,685,714, it would be 1,665,714. General assistance would still remain the same. The new budget amount for the budget on your ordinance would be 1,837,724. The line item adjustment in the parks amount would go from 122,000.
Again, we're talking in the grand scheme of the budget, we're talking minute amounts. And I mean, heaven forbid that the person who is that they're talking about right now is watching this stream or is on this call. How would you like to figure out you've been fired like this?
We don't know for certain that it's $5,000 for benefits.
No, not for certain.
It's close enough to Mike.
It's a round figure we're giving.
You can have that figure.
So
Mike,
Mike, that number will either come off salaries or benefits, but it'll be five, so the total.
There's a
amount is
reason that
20,000.
personnel is an exemption from the Open Meetings Act. And you
Alright.
can go into a executive session to discuss personnel
Is there any other questions?
items such as pay and
So
hiring
past
and
this,
firing.
will we change your motion?
I will I will amend my motion to reflect the new figures that Mr. Militello just read us. So that will give us a total of $1,837,724 for the town budget.
And I'll second that.
Okay, that's seconded by Bob. Any further discussion?
Well, yes, because the parks haven't been open for 2 months, right?
They still have to maintain them, Steve.
I know, but there's certain things about supplies that can be cut too, right? 'Cause
You know, I don't know, but I will tell you, we won't spend it if we don't need it. I'll tell you that for a fact. You do have a possible point there, but I don't know the answer to that right now. We wouldn't spend it if we don't need it.
What do you project?
Steve
The only thing
wants
is the big
Craig to be
surprise
able to
is our
prognosticate
fertilizer
how
we buy
long
that
the
in
parks
one
are
shop
going to
for
shut down.
What do you project from the best knowledge that you have, of whether the facilities will be used at all this year?
Well, that's a good question. Right now, the people can go out here, okay? We can't go on the playground because that's too close. The governor's talking about, if it stays true, the end of July, or the end of June here, we'll be open up again, so.
With restrictions?
With some restrictions, yeah.
50.
So would that be your best guess as well?
That's my best guess at this point in time, yeah.
Well, the games won't be played, right?
Well, I think they can be after,
Well, there's no baseball.
right now,
Organized.
right now.
Organized baseball that goes after the end of June. All the tournaments are over basically by the
Well,
end of June.
they may have done that themselves, but that doesn't mean,
Well, normally, in a normal year,
oh, okay.
all their tournaments are done by the
Sure.
end of June.
Well, other people play baseball and
Oh,
others.
yeah, people that just come and
Plus, there's other people down there playing soccer. Or
and they can do
football.
that now too, right?
As long as there's not more than 10 of them congregating. Right now, that's not gonna change.
So all these items, like ball field repair, since they're not even being used and they're gonna get wrecked.
Well, yeah, I wouldn't say wrecked, grass needs repairs.
They won't be
You know
able to be
this.
repaired.
Mike knows this stuff. You gotta repair grass, you gotta repair divots.
It's a constant job.
It's a constant thing. It's like a golf course, you gotta constantly repair certain things.
And if you let it go, it can actually.
If you let it go, it gets a lot worse, and then you're gonna get people stumbling in holes and stuff, and then you're gonna have a problem.
Yeah. Yep.
Has there been people using it?
Is there what, I'm sorry?
Have there been people actually using the parks?
Yes, there has, in limited numbers.
Like what?
I don't have an exact number, but they come up in 2, 3, 4s, 5s. I see them go out to the pavilions.
So unlike the city of McHenry that have actually shut the parks completely,
I
the
don't know
township
if
parks
this,
are open?
no, I didn't say that. I said the playgrounds are not open. And I don't know if McHenry has revised the rules or not yet. And mostly it's playgrounds that are closed. Okay, with that, gentlemen, let's,
Why do we need an HR person?
she's just not HR.
Why
She's
do we
HR.
need an HR
She's,
person?
we've got,
Why does
township
any
has,
company need an
West
HR
Whitefield.
person? For the
And
exact
then,
same reason,
She
Veer.
keeps track of all the insurance stuff.
All right, so the HR person does the work for the road district too?
Yes, there's no separate, all the accounting is done in my office for everybody. So we only got 2 people doing accounting and myself, okay? So it's not many for all the things we've got to account for.
But I'm talking about the HR person.
Well, she's just not HR, I should explain that. We call her that. She handles insurance benefits, insurance claims. She handles some of the federal payroll taxes. She handles payroll, and many other things I can't even list off the top of my head right now.
But
She's constantly busy.
so she does things for the road district, right?
In theory, she does, yes.
Then why doesn't some of her salary come out of the road district?
It never has, Mr. Veron. Next year, when we look at this, we can do that, okay? We're at a point here now where...
Well, I specifically asked you during the budget
Again, this could have been addressed at any of the numerous meetings before
and
this.
the only person that came up was this half-time person.
Okay, I didn't consider... The accounting group does all the accounting for the whole agency, so it's going to cost the same no matter how you do it, and we can split it up next year if that's what you'd like to do.
Well,
I can't do it now.
we have 2 taxing bodies
Right,
with 2 separate budgets,
correct.
but yet we're paying for some of the other one. The township is paying for some of the road district. It just isn't right.
Okay, you know what we could do for that, if that would appease you? We can
Appease me.
Yes,
Is
appease
there a
you,
wrong
you
question?
little petulant child.
If you'd be happy with it, is what I'm trying to say. We could do an intergovernmental agreement with the road district to pay us X amount of dollars back for those services.
Well, if this person really, since the number of township employees is about the same number as the road district.
No, it's not the same as road, nowhere near.
Well, I'm including the assessor too under the township.
Well, she's a whole separate department.
Yeah, but it comes under the township.
Well, it's still not close to the road department, so.
Well, yeah, it is kind of close to it, because they're down to 14.
I don't know what they're down, okay.
See, there's that down to 14. That's them trying to force the hand. The road district commissioner has not said that he's firing anybody. He said that he'll see what he can do and what he'll approach it. So Veer's already assuming that they've won that little strategic move.
So then why can't she be a half person in one and half in the other one?
Or a third.
I'm just asking, is there some problem with her obeying both two masters or something?
Well, yeah, there is. That's why we keep her one department. Otherwise, you got two people trying to tell her what to do, and that's not a good thing, okay?
Well, actually, it would be three, because you've got the assessor.
Yeah, right. So, you know, that's why we keep her in our department, so she's only answering to one boss.
See, we're trying to get to the true cost of everything.
Right, I understand that. So
and if part of it's hidden away, then we'll never get to the real amount.
Well, it's not really hidden away, it's there. It's just...
No, it was only there because questions were asked and it was finally revealed at this late stage.
Okay, Steve.
No, I asked you if there are any shared people.
Well, I didn't consider them shared persons because they are all in my office doing work.
Well, this is where time cards would be appropriate too. So if she's doing work for the road district or for the assessor's office.
Sure. She fills out, they fill out time sheets.
Let's reduce costs by increasing paperwork overhead.
Okay.
Well, then, that's a thing that...
We have to break it up for next year, Steve, because you already passed the road budget. So we'll break it up for next year. Since you called that to my attention. All right, can we have a vote on this now? Bob?
Did you ask any further questions?
I don't think so.
I'll call the question.
Okay.
I'll say yes. I'll vote for it.
Okay.
Yes.
Yes. Craig, yes. Mr. Beer?
Yeah.
Mr. Wojcicki?
No.
I'm sorry, what?
No.
No? Okay. All right, that's done, gentlemen. We've got another 15 minutes or so before our next meeting, so relax. Oh, I'm sorry. I need to adjourn. I make a motion to adjourn.
Second.
All those in favor, signify by saying aye.
Okay.
Aye. Any opposed? None be heard.
Who was second?
I did.
Mike did.
Oh, geez. I am honestly surprised that this did not run over into the next meeting with the way that they were handling stuff for the road district. This has been absolutely insane, and you can see the type of petty maneuvers that Veer is trying to make, and how everybody is basically, as far as Anderson and Rakestraw, they're deferring to him and letting him run the show. Anderson wouldn't even call for the vote without first checking in with his master over there, Mr. Veer, the man who hasn't won an election, who doesn't belong in that seat, and is only put there because he's a patronage from Mr. Anderson and part of his little End the Township crusade.
No, thank you.
You want?
No, thank you.
Steve?
Yes, thank you.
How long do you have to wear that?
Probably 3 more weeks.
You want me to get it?
No, I'm kidding. I'm walking good. You should have saw me yesterday.
So, ladies and gentlemen, we're just in a bit of a lull until 7 o'clock hits. So we've got a few minutes here to chit chat and discuss if we wanted. At least I can talk at you. You can't necessarily talk back at me, but a few of you out there are texting me, telling me that my audio's a little low. I bumped it up a little. Is that a little better right there? And sending messages towards me about all sorts of fun things.
No, I think
So,
because the phone is like
what we're dealing with here, and in fact, I just got a message way better from my cohort that I took over from. Thank you, Brett.
Do you have an extension cord for the
So,
yeah, I'm gonna.
we're in our next meeting, a little bit of a preface. I'm gonna bring this over here, and you guys may not be entirely legible. Zoom this in a little bit. Let's go to 150. That might be readable. 200. That's definitely readable. Of course, it doesn't stick across. All right, so this is the upcoming agenda. There's a couple of interesting points to go on with the new business. Item letter A, not number A. A is not a number. Is the resolution of the board pursuant? They're trying to add another resolution to the to be voted on to dissolve the township. This is where it's going to get really fun because the law actually states that since the other item was voted down and they lost that you have to have 23 months in between propositions on the same topic. That's the word I was looking for, propositions. So 23 months. It hasn't even been 3 months yet. They are 100% out of line with this upcoming item number here on A to try and do this, if at all. And you'll notice that there's a trustee Veer comments on a couple of these. That as well is out of line of what's going on. You cannot put your own opinion into agenda items because otherwise you're bully pulpying, you're poisoning the well beforehand. If you look at B, we're looking at a resolution of the board to hire attorney Robert Hanlon for any special representation on item A. So they know for a fact that what they're doing is wrong. It's going to invoke a lawsuit, and that they are going to have to defend against it. Again, there's notes in there, comments from Trustee Veer that are totally out of line and unnecessary in an agenda. So what we have here is them courting lawsuits. They're going out, they're hoping to get sued. They're hoping to have to use the township funds to drain the coffers to fight this in court. They know exactly what's going to happen here. All right, resolution for the board authorizing the appointment of a deputy township clerk. This was on last month's agenda. The clerk has full authority on whether or not the clerk wants to hire a deputy clerk. The clerk said, I don't want one. They can't force his hand. They're just continuing and continuing and continuing to try and force him to do that. Just so that they can try and sneak in special meetings as close as possible to the time limit. All right. So they've been pushing for the COVID-19 procedures. Okay, we can put the procedures out there. That seems pretty normal. They're going to zero out, essentially, the board salaries on F, as well as reduce the salaries of everyone else. Pull this up here, 200%. Sorry, there's a lot of stuff to scroll through to get to it.
Town hall.
Got to get past all the township budget stuff. So, they're going to zero out the trustee pay. What they're getting right now per meeting is $100. That includes all the special meetings that they've been calling. They're going to zero that out for the next board. They're reducing the highway commissioner's annual salary down to $45. They're reducing the supervisor salary down to $45. That's it. And the elected officials won't have any health insurance benefits or anything else. They're as well bringing the treasurer down to $100 annually, and the assessor down to 45, and the supervisor to 45, the road district treasurer to 100, and the clerk down to 10. So they are attempting to go ahead and just zero these out, bring them as low as possible. These are full-time positions, $45,000 a year for a township supervisor. Same thing with the highway commissioner. Who in their right mind would take a full-time job as demanding as this for that amount of money? They're hoping that they can't get any good candidates to basically hobble the township. They've got the cameras on here, the Salvation Army. They don't want the township helping to pass people along from the emergency and general assistance to help them along and get them contacted with the Salvation Army. That's super nice people right there. Attorney Militello opinion to have more than 2 trustees. This one was actually called by Stan. Right now, any 2 trustees can call for a special meeting. Stan wants to increase that number. I think that that's a great idea because it will require more consensus from the board that a special meeting is necessary, other than Veer and Anderson calling them themselves. And then this discussion to hire a forensic audit, forensic accountant. Veer is going on a fishing expedition, a witch hunt, to try and find any little thing that he can say is wrong or illegal in the system. And so he wants to hire a forensic accountant to go through as if they already know that there's some kind of fraud going on. That's usually when you bring in a forensic accountant to try and go on this fishing expedition. They lost this on the last time, but this was brought back up by Rakestraw, who was on the winning side, so it's allowed to be reconsidered. Veer was the only one that was on the losing side, because they went ahead and voted this down, but they're bringing it back up again, just because Veer wants to try and push for it again. So that's the ongoing saga, and that's what we're coming up on right now with all of this, all of these agenda items on this new business here. These are incremental steps, most of them. A few of them are decent, like a policy for having cameras. And I'm sure that Veer is asking for that simply because he wants to try and find some hole or loophole or something he can poke at. That's all he does. But a policy for the cameras is perfectly fine. A policy for the COVID-19, the Senior Express bus, sanitation, that's good things. The rest of this are attempts to hack limbs off the township so that they can make it as useless, as much of a vestigial organ as they can in order to justify their crusade against the township's existence. So they can turn around and go, look, it doesn't do anything. It's a waste of taxpayer money. If it winds up being that way, it will be because they made it that way, not because that's how it was. And that's pretty much their intent, is to try and do that. They haven't been able to completely eliminate either the road district, that was voted down, the township itself, that was voted down. People voted to keep the buses. They didn't listen. Everything that they've put out to the public, nobody wants anything to do with. So they're going to try and use this ability, this little time that they have left in office until they get voted out, to hack limbs off so that the thing has to be rebuilt. Ultimately winding up in the next board having to go to the people and go, hey, we've got to raise taxes in order to bring this back to a functioning system, just so that they can point and go, look, we dropped taxes, these guys are raising taxes, and make a big stink about it. Make a big stink about how the township's taxes went up, when that ultimately was their cause. This is their plan. How do I know it? Because it's transparent. It isn't. You don't need to look too hard or listen too hard to figure out exactly what it is they're trying to do. I'm going to back off for just a moment, grab a drink, and I'll be back.
And leave the damn building sitting there exactly the way it was. preserve.
One time I bothered somebody, but we destroyed the property, I have no use for it.
Yeah.
And I can, it's very upsetting.
It's more
The
than
police
upsetting.
did not actually.
Yeah, just stand back.
Just let it go on. Thank you for the mayor.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. You certainly deserve to be reelected. Yeah. I'm so disappointed with
Well, okay, now we got you on the ball.
What?
Now we got you on the ball here.
Yeah.
Good. Thanks, all right.
There you go.
Not a perfect world.
What are you talking about? It's not a perfect world.
It's a good one.
It's only a world. Only place.
Usually you happened to hand me there, I knew that something was missing.
Well, yeah.
This is good.
It's because we've been doing these things backwards.
Well, I know, but take this and you got this. Okay, good. Thank you.
You're terrible.
Matter of fact, what I think I would do if I was in one of those businesses, I'd sue the city for not doing its job. To at least have fire departments there trying to put fires out, and police departments to prevent vandalism. Just irritating me to no end.
This approaches just, they struggled for 2 months, and then this whole, and it's all bullshit.
Of course it is.
Here, protesting, I go 100% with that. Protesting is part of the First Amendment. Vandalism,
That's not a criminal activity.
that is criminal.
That is criminal.
And that should have stopped. They should have never let that get out. So from burning police cars, you know what, here, what happened to him, that was absolutely ridiculous. And don't call for that. There has to be more to it than we're doing, because it can't be that. But even so, if that was a white person and a black cop, you never even heard about it.
What about a black cop being killed? There's been, what, 6 or 8 of them?
Yeah, I don't care.
They've been killed.
Unbelievable. And they not only let him get away with it, they make the guy sink. He's not in the
She isn't one of the worst persons out there. There was like 8 channels with that special she had on last night.
Yeah, I know.
Oh, unbelievable.
I threw up all over the bed with him.
That's what I don't look at, I don't look at, I don't throw it.
He's one of the most racist people.
Steve, did you know Town Hall?
I need the cell phone in front. It seems to be working better, so I shut that one off.
I got an email.
So I'm hoping it'll be better.
They found him today. I mean, he had some issues.
How long was he?
Yeah. Within the last day. Within the last day.
Just get a shot.
Boy, he really screwed it.
Well, that's the.
That was all other things.
I just don't have the fight.
I knew it was there. But I knew not.
It's just a shame now it's reverse discrimination. I wouldn't want, you couldn't pay me enough to be a cop today. My dad,
Well, most of them are gonna be out of jobs very soon anyway.
that's hilarious.
How's that contraction? That's not a good idea. You don't think so, do you?
The whole thing is
Everything's out. In the Bible it talks about everything that should be up is down and everything that should be down is up. Guess what? That's exactly where we're at right now.
The worst part is it's when you're racist because you don't agree with that crap. Really?
All right, we're looking at 1 minute until the next meeting starts. So let's get ready, people. Those of you on the phone, let's get them public comments in.
It said, to support the police, listen to the police, listen to adults. And
Well, yeah, where does it start though?
Yes, the police are asking.
Where does it start? It starts in the home. What they're doing, what the government did years ago is they took a lot of the rights of the parents away. You know, you can't spank your kid. You spank your kid, or call 911 and you get arrested. But what do you think's gonna happen? You have no respect for your parents. It's gonna all go downhill, please admit.
It used to be that the black community was such a small group. And then the Democratic Party started giving away goodies.
Can you hear me?
And you know, there's no fathers.
Promising stuff, they never give anything away. They
So they
just-
give a phone in order to get your vote. That's all they do.
Yeah. And then it's like, promise them everything and give them nothing.
Yeah, and you promise them all this stuff, and then 4 years later, when you haven't delivered, you promise it again. And
FYI, you guys will hear my public comment kind of twice because I'm on the phone and there's a delay to the video. So it's going to be kind of awkward for my public comment.
All right, I have the hour at 7 p.m. calling our regular board meeting to order. Let's do the pledge of allegiance again for this meeting. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Amen.
Okay, clerk, roll call.
Okay, trustees Anderson.
Here.
Rakestraw.
Here.
Adams.
Here.
I'm sorry. Wojcicki.
Here.
Veer.
Here.
All present.
Okay. It's now time for public comment.
Well, roll call.
Oh, we did roll call.
Yeah, don't we, okay. Sorry.
Okay, no problem. We're all you.
Any public comment? I have one. Yes. All right, Ebony, at this time?
I can't hear.
Can. That's no key. Test.
Yeah, Bob Cumber.
Test.
Respond.
Always.
All right, Bob Cumber, go ahead and.
I don't know.
I don't think that's Mr. Bird, who's never been elected for anything.
6 feet, right? Are you guys okay if I sit here?
He does not respond.
I have no problem. Just wanted to keep it 6 feet.
So you feel the same way I do about it?
Yes.
I can't hear it either.
That jackal, that you give all the time, needs a major slapping. And hopefully one day you get that. And that's, kind of your slimy piece of shit, Steve.
Okay, let's keep the comments civil, please.
All right, Rhonda's floor. We have two trustees that were, they serve in the system of rural McHenry Township. We spend all our money at special meetings, lawyers, and charge a lot of fees for their time. Not asking for grants, but asking for us, wasting our money and expenses for residents, accounted for unnecessary investigations of the most included township. Because you are offended and not having the process of dissolving of McHenry Township, the voters feel that the city of Buckhead should be continued. You are not taking the taxpayers' money, you are spending it as fast as you can with no regard to other people. And I'd like to know, which I know you're not going to answer, because you keep on saying you have 10,000 tax, property tax, and how much of that was for the township? I think it wasn't that much of that tax. And that question goes to Mr. Anderson. Thank you. You have a good day. All right, next public comment? Kirk Donald, Johnsburg. Next person, go ahead. Yeah, I'd like to just
the people to alter or abolish it, and to institute a new government, laying its foundation on such principles and organizing its powers in such form as to them shall seem most likely to affect their safety and happiness. It is their right, it is their duty to throw off such government and to provide new guards for their future security. And that's exactly what I think the electorate of McHenry Township should do. We should call a special electorate meeting, and we should defund the trustees. We should vote to elect 2 more trustees from the electorate. We should do something to counteract the trustees so that we can get through this period until we remove them from office next year. You know, it's Thursday night. I could be spending time working around my house, that kind of thing. But instead, you know, I have to practice daycare and sit in on this meeting. You know, I don't know where you guys think you're going, okay? But when you leave office, all of this is going to be reversed if it ever even gets that far. And I'm sure working like heck to make sure that it doesn't. That's all I have to say.
Thank you. Next public comment, please.
Brother Beltran.
Brother Beltran, go ahead.
Okay, I'm speaking to the resolutions to the McHenry Township and hire the Hamlet Law Firm in Galveston. It really makes no sense, but given that the township dissolution issue was settled by a 4-1 majority by voters in March 2020 for a statutory minimum of 23 months, and the proposer, Mr. Burr, also proposes to hire a specific outside attorney who's notorious for extraordinarily high charges to his political ally in Douglas Township, and that is Mr. Burr's political ally. I might add that Mr. Hamlin does not carry malpractice insurance, so your odds of recovering any damages from him for his malfeasance are slim as none. Algonquin Township ultimately realized the risk and passed a requirement that their attorneys carry malpractice insurance, disqualifying him. I suggest you do the same. I also have to question Mr. Burr's motives in this absurd endeavor. Clearly, Illinois black letter law prohibits such a referendum from appearing on the ballot for 23 months. Clearly, you, an attorney, can read and understand it. If you're hiring Mr. Hamlin in anticipation of a legal battle, you understand you are acting contrary to that law and will face legal challenges that you will very, very likely lose and considerable cost to the township, to which you have sworn a fiduciary responsibility. If you pass this resolution, it's very likely the county clerk, seeking the statute, will refuse to put your measure on the ballot. If he is willing to do so, it's likely the state's attorney will force him to remove it. If he does not, the state's attorney general or lieutenant governor is likely to do so. If none of them acts, a private lawsuit likely will ensue. And I can promise you I'll be major contributors to that. If it actually makes a pre-election, it will get voted down again. If it would somehow succeed, its implementation will be challenged at any of those several levels. So I have to ask you whether you were intentionally draining the pockets of the taxpayers you are planning to serve, and would such an action serve another darker motive? I know that you are not proposing that these anticipated legal services will be put out to bid, but as a sole source contract. What is the anticipated magnitude of that contract? And the other contract will not be left without such an estimate. To do so is hardly financially responsible. What is the dollar threshold that requires that it be put on a bid? Given the quixotic nature of this proposal and the likely expense that will occur, it is the intent instead to lead the township dollars into the pocket of a political ally. may be the motive, but maybe you could tell me what.
4 minutes.
Okay, you're done, Bob. Bob, your time's up.
All right, next public comment, please.
Mike Guy.
Go ahead, Mike Guy.
All right, Mike Guy, McHenry, unincorporated. Mr. Herb, Mr. Raystar, from Mr. Anderson, 3 fail and cut. You're not
Hold on. Public, please mute your phone. Mike, go ahead, sorry.
Mr. Herb, Mr. Raystar, Mr. Anderson, you 3 have failed as trustees. You are not trustworthy by every definition. The voters hired you to do a job, and you are failing to listen to the voter's direction. The attacks by the U3 got township services from within are so ugly. Mr. Raystar, probably have forgotten, but you and I both served on District 15 school board. And while I didn't always agree with you, you seem to leave that logical thought to the next. And not to say now with that alone regard that area. I look forward to the day you will be voted out of office. All three.
Okay. Thank you.
All right, next public comment, please.
Okay, cut that person off right now.
I'm working on it.
This is Sean Aaron, from Johnsburg. I guess, I just said background. I wasn't going to vote for the McHenry Township. I actually was in favor of removing it. But after significant education and research, I recognized that it was a benefit, and I voted to keep it. And I would hope that the trustees and those that are decision-making authority would recognize the public's emotion around this matter and drop this as it is clearly not the will of the public, which you are for to serve. Thank you.
All right, any more public comment?
Yes. My name is Anthony Kersey. I'm from Willingworth. And I got to ask a question. These 3 people
Hold on one moment, Anthony. Public, can you please mute so the speakers can be heard? Please mute your phones. Thank you. Go ahead, Anthony.
Okay, my question is this. Why can't the 3 of them be sanctioned? Or else, these meetings, how legal are they? Since a lot of people do not have access. There's been very little saying when the meeting was. I just happened to pick it up on my phone. There's people that don't have those phones. And you're doing
Yes,
something
Mike Toller.
to me, and these 3 guys that have won all these special meetings.
Hello, Mike Toller, Wonder Lake. 3 tyrants and 4. Hello, Mr. Condon back there. 3 or 4 excellent people. To the 3 tyrants. 6 Semper Tyrannus, yet again, I say to you. So, we've got item A. Resolution for the board trying to get the township dissolved again. As Robert Beltran eloquently put, you guys are not able to do this whatsoever. It has not been 23 months. It has barely been 3 months. And if you look at Public Act 101-0230, which is the public act that allowed for this to happen, you are out of order with this motion. Any resolution that comes from this will be challenged, and I think that is your intent based on item B. You are hoping to hire Mr. Hanlon to drain the coffers. I agree with with Robert there as well on that one. We are in a situation here where you are trying to literally hack off limbs of the township in order to make it hobble along so that you can point at it and look at and go, look how useless it is. I've frankly had enough of this. I almost think that B is kind of an example of you guys courting lawsuits in order to drain those coffers, and potential discussion between 3 members, which would be a violation of the Open Meetings Act. I hope I can find some proof of that, because it would be outstanding to get rid of you 3. So item C, this has been discussed at a previous meeting. It was turned down. The clerk has a final say on whether or not they appoint a deputy clerk. Why are we bringing this up and wasting everybody's time? Item E, we're setting the salaries and benefits, more gutting of the township, trying to destroy it from within, trying to reduce the salaries of full-time positions to the point where nobody would be willing to run for that office. Guess what, people? Guess what, gentlemen? There are people that are more than willing to step up and take those positions because they love the country, they love the township, and they think that it does a needed purpose. Was that actually my time, or was that lent over from before? That was my time? That was hardly 3 minutes.
Mr. Tyler? Your time's up. Yeah. No, that was your time.
That was my time?
Yes.
That was hardly 3 minutes.
It was. On my timer it was. I'm sorry.
Let's move on.
Let's move on. Next caller.
Hold on. All right. All right, any more public comment? Any more public comment? Go ahead. State your name and city, please. Go ahead, Linda. You are not kings. You are not heroes. You are not martyrs. You are wasteful fools. You are petty children. You are temporary. Stay strong, McHenry Township. We are better than that. We are stronger together. They can hack and pleasure of a living township, try to point this mutilated person and say they were right. But we know better. Once they're gone, we can stitch this beautiful township back together and make it even better. Not despite them, but to improve life for all of us. Thank you. Thank you, Linda. Next public comment. Go ahead. State your name and city, please. Thank you. 3 months ago, 80% of the voters in this township said no to the referendum. Putting this referendum back on the ballot is a gross misuse of your powers as a trustee. Votes for removal. A reminder for your trustees. The majority rules. The majority has spoken. Your arrogance, full disregard for what the electors have for every township. This back on the ballot is also an act of harassment against the township. So once again, you're have to worry about your livelihoods. If I was an employee in this township, I would be happy to file a suit. Thank you.
Anybody else?
Hello?
Yes. State your name. Is that a comment, or is that just?
I don't know how to point that out. My thing is, maybe the people, my name is Dan Baker, the guy who's talking before, and I just listened to that guy. Maybe the people that work for the township should sue these 3 guys individually, where they have to use their own money to defend it. Any more public comments, please? Is it my turn? Go ahead. Jeannie Rose, McHenry. Just a
that should not even be on the agenda, and I hope that our supervisor makes note of that and comments on that. Some of the items on here are illegal, some have been discussed previously, and the board and the trustees know they cannot do anything about it. Some of them have been talked about ad nauseum, being the dead horse, like swear to God, there must be a bottle of glue up there at Steve Beer's desk. He's been beating that dead horse for so long. I also want to remind the board about the call to question. So when somebody named Steve Beer gets on his soapbox and starts rambling and talking, you can call the question, and then he has to stop talking and you vote. Just a reminder. Then my actual prepared statement. It has been months, really years, that trustees Anderson, Beer, and Rakestraw have worked to destroy our community here in McHenry Township. I like to think they have a positive motive for their actions, but I wish that they would see their actions are wrong. Like a police officer kneeling on the neck of a detained suspect, they believe they are doing their job and doing what is best for the community and their own safety. However, when millions of people tell you that you are wrong and you do irreparable harm, a normal, sane person might rethink their stance. The three trustees have been repeatedly told the majority of township residents want their township as is. All services, all benefits, all programs. We even had a vote overwhelmingly show this, and yet it falls on deaf ears.
Yeah, it's not her.
How did we get so unlucky to get the three least American trustees you can find? They're our trustees. In a democracy, the majority rule. In a society, the needs of the many outweigh the needs of the few. The small contingent hell-bent on lowering taxes at the detriment of our community, I say, if you don't like it, then leave. No one is imprisoned in this township, and good will triumph over evil. And then before I go, I just want to leave you guys with a quote from the amazing Taylor Swift, for you two to mull over. Someday, I'll be living in a big old city, and all you're ever going to be is me. And I can see you years from now, with that same big loud opinion, but nobody's listening.
If I may interject here, just a moment, I'm not doing a public comment. I am talking to you guys, my viewers. Jamie is slightly off point. They can't just call the question. That actually requires a supermajority or 2/3 of the board for call the question to proceed according to Robert's Rules of Order. So it's not
Cut
just
that person off, whoever that is.
All right, any more public comment? Any more public comment?
Mr. Adams.
Do you want to make
When
a
you're done, when you're done.
Do you want to
When
make?
they're all done.
Are we done? Mr. Condon, I guess if you want to make a public comment, you may.
Do I need a mic, or how does this work under the circumstances?
It should pick you up fine.
Okay, the only thing that I would say is, unfortunately, the public comment really doesn't work in this format, because I don't know about anybody else, but can anybody really hear and understand what they're saying? I mean, I know I am half Schmidt, and Schmidt ears, if you know my relatives are Schmidts, can't hear anything, quite frankly.
Can I interrupt, please?
Yes.
Jim, can you go in front of them and speak because you're echoing off the phone?
I don't know how well that's working.
Do you want me to use this?
I don't think it's on. It's on, but I don't hear anything coming out.
Anyway, all I was saying was the public comment doesn't seem to work very well. I don't know about anybody else, but I had a very hard time of hearing what people were saying. It's unfortunate because a lot of people, we obviously should pay attention to them and hear what they say. So I think maybe it's time to find a different format to give those people an opportunity to express their opinion. Because I'm sitting here for the first time, like many of you, and I could not hear what they were saying. I'll be honest with you. That's all.
Okay, thank you.
That's Jim. That's the highway commissioner. He's a phenomenal person and does awesome
Let's
things.
move on. Approval of the minutes. First, there's the revised minutes. That was April 24th through April 28th.
I'll make a motion to approve the revised minutes.
Okay, I'll second the motion. Any
Get ready for
discussion?
Veer to point something out that he
Roll
doesn't
call
like
vote.
and
Mr.
draw this
Anderson?
out.
Yes?
Mr. Rakestraw?
Yes.
Mr. Adams, yes. Mr. Beer?
No.
Mr. Wojciechowski?
Abstain.
Oh, he didn't draw it out, but he still votes no every single time on every single minute.
Let's move on to this, the approval of the regular board meeting on May 14th, which you have in front of you.
I'll make a motion to approve the board meeting for May 14th, 2020.
We have a first and a second. Any
I'm
discussion?
sorry, who was second?
I did.
Any discussion?
I do, question, correction,
Do you have a correction?
yes.
Okay.
If you go down, I just got off my notes here, but at the heading for director or supervisor, there's a roll call vote, and there were 5 A's, and it was only reported 4 A's.
Where is this, Bob? On what page? They're numbered at the bottom here.
Okay, I'm just looking at my notes, I didn't put that down, but anyway,
There was 5.
it was about the procedure for governing public comments. And we had
Page
vote on there.
Page 7, page 5, I see.
Well,
I'm sorry, I didn't put on the page. But anyway, it said 5 A's, not 4. Excuse me, there was 5 A's that's reported 4 A's.
we'll keep going.
Oh, I'm not far enough.
Keep it percent.
Close to the bottom of there.
Oh, it was 5 A's? Okay.
It should be 5 A's.
Okay. 5 A's.
Correct.
You got that on page 7, Mr. Clerk?
Which one is that?
Page 7, last item.
I'm sorry, I should have put the page, I'm sorry about that.
All right. I have 4 A's.
Right, it should be 5, because we all voted for it.
Well, not always, because sometimes.
No, but we did.
All right.
He's saying it's correct, and I believe it was correct.
I'll have to go over the recording, but if it's 5, I'll change it.
Well, then a motion to table it.
We don't need to table it.
I know.
I'm gonna table this.
I'm not saying table.
Okay, Bob's not saying table it. So is that the only correction you have?
That's all I have.
Okay. Then let's have we had a first and second. Let's have a roll call vote done. Mr. Wojciechowski?
Yes.
Mr. Beer?
No.
Mr. Adams, yes. Mr.
Told ya,
Rakestraw?
always
Yes.
a no.
Mr. Anderson?
Yes.
Okay, yes, let's have it. Going on to the May 28th budget and appropriation hearing.
I'll make a motion to approve those minutes
I'll second.
for the hearing, May 28th, 2020.
Okay.
Kurt, was you?
I will second Bob's motion. Any discussion? None being heard. Mr. Adams, yes. Mr. Rakestraw?
Yes.
Mr. Anderson?
Yes.
Mr. Veer?
No, we haven't seen the resolution. Has it been typed up? Who does that?
Yes, it's been typed up according to what you said, and it's been filed.
Can the board get a copy of it?
They sure can. It's online.
You see, like, there was a time for discussion. No discussion was had there, but he's going to try and bully him to the vote.
The clerk or somebody else?
Who typed it up? I did. I just typed up but the clerk did all the other work, filing it, and taking care of all his mandatory duties.
We have one more vote. Brzezinski?
Wojciechowski, I'm sorry.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
What Adam should have done is just shut him down with any
All right.
questions
Thank
and
you,
say
Phil.
that he was out of order and ask for his vote.
It's like, oh, okay.
If he doesn't vote, then he abstains.
Okay, motion for approval and receipts of the bills for the town fund.
I have that.
Here's an exciting part. We're going to go over some budgetary items and vote on approving that they be paid. For those of you who haven't been to one of these meetings before.
The amounts due for the items specified in the claim for cash and hereby authorize payments of the same Total reimbursements to be approved, 0. Total bills to be approved, $50,340.57. Total bills paid prior to audit, $62,344.40. Total to be approved, $112,684.97. Total receipts, $8,205.71. I move to accept the receipts and pay the bills for the town fund.
I'll second.
Any discussion? None being heard. Mr. Wojcicki?
Yes.
Mr. Beard?
Yes.
Mr. Adams, yes. Mr. Rakestraw?
Yes.
Mr. Anderson?
Yes.
Thank you. Okay, all yeses, motion carries. Receipts, motion for approval of receipts and bills for the general road and bridge fund.
These next two ones are for the road district.
Township Board of Trustees certify that we have on this 11th day of June 2020 examined and audited amounts due for the items specified and claims attached, and hereby authorize payments of the same. Total bill reimbursement to be approved, 0. Total bills to be approved, $80,569.76. Total bills paid prior to audit, $19,784.
Jamie, I don't have an ice pick in my ear yet because, and by the way, I'm responding to something on Facebook. I don't have an ice pick in my ear yet because I've just become immune to it. I'm just numb. It hurts me on the inside to be numb, but I gotta do it.
And 51 cents. I make a motion that we accept the bills, or accept the receipts and pay the bills for the general road and bridge.
Okay, I have a motion. Do we have a second for that?
Second.
Second by Mr. Anderson. Is there any discussion? Okay, none being heard. Let's have a roll call vote. Mr. Adams, yes. Mr. Anderson?
Yes.
Mr. Rakestraw?
Yes.
Mr. Beard?
Yes, as to all the federal subventions, state subventions, taxes, and that kind of thing. No, as to everything else.
Okay, and Mr. Wojcicki?
Yes.
That has become his thing with the road district. He says yes for everything that's required federally and no to everything else.
Permanent hard road fund, the total reimbursements to be approved, 0. Total bills to be paid, $72,624.17. Total bills paid prior to audit, $12,507.54. Total to be approved, $85,131.71. Total receipts, $100.52. I would like to make a motion to accept the receipts and pay the bills for the permanent hard road fund.
Okay, I'll second that motion.
Again, this is road
Any
district
discussion?
related.
None being heard. Mr. Anderson?
Yes.
Mr. Rakestraw?
Yes.
Mr. Adams, yes. Mr. Beard?
Yes, as to the salaries and the federal subventions and state subventions on the taxes and the insurance for attendant to the salaries, salaried employees, no, to everything else.
All right, and Mr. Wojcicki?
He's never given a reason for this whatsoever. Why he does this, yes for one thing, no for another things. He's never given a reason.
Resolution of the board pursuant to governing Illinois statutes.
All right, here comes the
such
fun
as
part.
not limited to
They're gonna
60
break the
ILCS
law.
124 through 15.
Breaking the law,
To
breaking
submit
the
to
law.
electors of McHenry Township at the next election in a form of a substantial, in a form substantially following 60 ILCS 1/1/24-30 and related statutes to dissolve McHenry Township. Discussion and possible action. Okay, I'll just speak up here. Well, maybe I'll let the attorney speak.
How about the motion?
Oh, I'm sorry.
My motion.
It's your motion, go ahead.
Second.
Second.
Okay, we have a first and second to the motion. Discussion. The statute clearly says it can't be brought up again for 23 months. There's no doubt about that. It's in the statute.
If I may, Mr.
You may.
Adams, that is not the law.
It is
The law specifically says 122 days before the election. And it specifically says the township code, if there's a conflict with the general election code. The township code will prevail.
Okay, Mr. Veer, it says the same motion that you want to bring up is 23 months. It can't be put back on the ballot.
Wrong.
I'm sorry, I disagree with you.
Oh, okay, then we'll have a court decide. Okay, you're gonna sue again?
See? A court decide. Courting lawsuits. This is exactly what he's doing.
Why are you even talking?
The attorney is here to advise us.
The attorney is in conflict on this very statute.
The attorney is not in conflict on this statute because he handled the last referendum. He's not in conflict.
He's totally in conflict.
I disagree with you, Mr. Veer. He's not in conflict.
How is he not in conflict?
The 122 days that you reference is relative to the petition requirements where the electors are bringing that issue, which is regarding 24-20. 24-15 is the section relative to the Board of Trustees. Two different sections. Those two sections are two separate sections regarding initiation of a public question. The 122 days prior to the election is the method of initiating that petition or question in order to get it done. The issue is whether or not the proposition can then be brought again. This section, which was developed in House Bill 348, amended also the election code. And I wanted, and was asked, when the supervisor received this agenda item, asked me about this, and I quickly looked, and I was familiar with the statute.
Who do you represent?
I represent the township board, and all of you that are sitting here tonight.
Okay, you are in conflict. Do you understand what a conflict of interest is?
I do. Yes, Mr. Fairley. Please be recognized.
And you say you are not in conflict in discussing this bill, this statute in particular?
Not at all.
There is absolutely no reason that he would be in conflict here. The only reason that he would be in conflict if it was regarding a previous lawsuit to get rid of this law or modify it so that it applies to the whole state. Veer is only bringing this up in an attempt to discredit, and frankly, I think that the lawyer should turn around and sue him for defamation.
That if this board was to adopt a resolution asking that question, if this board was to adopt a resolution and that resolution presented that proposition to the county clerk to then put it on the ballot, would the county clerk's office in fact do that, or would they not?
Well, we're not predictors of what other people will do.
That's what we should do. Ask the clerk that question.
You don't have any business even talking to us about this statute.
You're out of order, Mr. Mayor. You didn't ask to be recognized. Okay.
Well, are you still representing the township and trying to get the entire statute dissolved or abrogated?
I'm not at liberty to discuss that matter at this point.
Oh, well, you are.
Okay, Mr. Mayor. All right.
I can't believe what I'm hearing from you, Mr. Militello. I really can't believe it. The road district commissioner has no faith in you, fired you.
That is not why the road district fired him.
No, he's not part of this.
Mr. Rain?
Yes, I can recognize you, Mr. Conley. Go ahead.
Mr. Bird, you are dead wrong. I have complete faith in Mr. Militello. You, as a staff or as a board, had recommended that I not pursue it. It did not include the funds in the budget to do it. As a result, I did that. I said we would not pursue it based on you three of the 4 trustees. So please don't put words in my mouth. Don't lie. Just tell the truth. That's all you need to do. And don't laugh, by the way. Because everybody is so tired of your arrogance and you're laughing at all of us because you're so much smarter than us because you're secret CIA or whatever. But don't insult us because you're stupid laughs.
Okay.
All right?
All right, let's have some order here. I'd like to address that.
Hold it.
Mr. Adams, if I may.
Are you asking to be recognized, Mr. Bird?
Yes.
Yes, okay. Go ahead.
First of all, it's an absurdity what you just said, because you already exhausted the $10,000 cap that Mr. Militello had already set on it, okay? So don't say because anything was cut from the budget, you couldn't pursue the action any further, okay? That's just a flat-out falsehood. Now, my question was to Mr. Militello if he's still representing the Nunda Road District Commissioner in trying to get
None of this is
statute
germane to the
abrogated.
existing item up for debate. This is for item B.
Mr. Adams, before he recognizes that, I would like to respond to his comments.
Stop. Okay, now, who wants to be recognized?
I want to be recognized,
Okay,
Mr. Adams.
Mr. Conley, go ahead.
It is completely true that the three trustees did not want me to pursue it any further, and I listened to the three trustees and eliminated being part of the lawsuit that Mr. Militello represented us for. It had nothing to do with his qualifications or his capabilities. So don't put words in my mouth how I fired him. That's a complete lie. Thank you.
If I may, Mr. Adams,
Mr. Greer, go ahead.
who is the attorney for the road district? Right now.
Currently, the road district does not have an attorney except for on specific, small, simple issues that are not in conflict with the township.
Okay.
Do you have any other questions about the township attorney?
Yeah, I do.
Go ahead, shoot
I have
away.
a great one.
Go ahead.
If it's only involved that one lawsuit, the crazy lawsuit suing the governor and the county.
In your opinion, it's crazy.
If I may, Mr. Conley?
You may.
Sure. Please.
Oh, now he wants to play all
That's the only
sheepish.
reason why you let Mr.
He
Militello
interrupts
go.
everybody else, but wants his speaking time. Too
That doesn't
fucking
explain
bad.
Why he's gone.
Sorry
to
for my
all
language. He
matters
just gets to
dealing
me.
with the road district. You could have easily just said, I want to be out of the suit and left it at that.
Quite frankly, if I can respond, Mr. Adams, if I
Yes,
can
you
be
may.
recognized based on Mr.
You may be
Greer's
recognized.
inaccuracies here. I actually requested to be removed and that he would no longer represent us in that matter. And he would only represent us on issues that have no conflict whatsoever with the township.
And that was at the
Those
request
are
of
issues
the
that he
township
recommends us
board.
on, or he represents us on.
Specifically,
Other
Veer.
than that, he does not represent us because I do not want to be a part of any conflict of interest. And I have great faith in him representing the township, contrary to your beliefs.
How do you
So
know
that is exactly where we're at with it. That answers the question. Don't put words in my mouth. That's exactly what it is.
All right. We're off the topic. We're talking about this resolution right now.
Should have done that minutes ago.
After the question put on by friends of McHenry Township, that question, and I called Representative Sweeney about that issue. And he said he didn't write the bill, so it could not go back on the ballot, as long as there'd be different language involved.
You can't have different
And
language
there-
according to law.
There was things that were left off the ballot question that are very important things. And one basically would be that all funds of the township and dissolved road district shall be solely used on behalf of the residents of the geographic area within the boundaries of the dissolved township, okay? So it says, after the transfer of property of the county under the paragraph.
The
all
wording of the
land,
ballot
cemetery,
item is
land,
specifically
buildings, and
dictated
facilities
in the law.
within the geographic area of the dissolving township must be utilized for the primary benefit of the geographic area of the dissolving township. Proceeds from the sale of the park, land, cemetery, and land buildings or facilities after transfer to the county must be utilized for the sole benefit of the geographic area of the dissolved township. The voters didn't know that. When they went in, they didn't know they could vote on that. Number two, the McHenry County Board shall not extend a property tax levy that is greater than 90% of the property tax levy extended by the dissolved township or the road district for the duties taken on by McHenry County. So those things to me are different things, and that's what I believe should be on the question to go on the ballot for the voters.
Okay, Bob, you're absolutely right as far as if those things could be put on a ballot. All those items that you just read, that's under 24-35, which is when the dissolution of the township has been approved under 24-30, all these things happen. So all those things that you just cited is a laundry list of things that will happen once 24-30 is approved. Now, the question, back to the initial question, the proposition question is what is the question that's presented to the voters or presented to the electors. And unfortunately, it's not like you can pick this stuff that's out of that list that you read or any other parts of the statute. The specific part of the statute that you would have to reference for the question on the ballot would be the same, which would be 24-30, which would say that shall the McHenry Township, together with any road districts wholly within the boundaries of McHenry Township, be dissolved on blank date with all township and road districts. So it's that question that would show up on the ballot.
And that's exactly what I just said. The wording is in the law.
Or whether it's electors submitting a petition and putting it on. It's that question that would show up. And then once that question is approved, all those duties that you just read under that 24-35, all those things would kick in.
I understand that, but I'm saying that people are going to make an intelligent vote.
But you can't change it.
Well, if you vote for fire...
That would be your job as a proponent of dissolving the township in order to inform the voters when they're at the ballot box. Something you didn't do.
I was just going to say, we didn't set the law, Bob. It was set by the legislature. And if you would like it changed, then the legislature has to change it.
Well, but Mr. McSweeney, as I told you, I spoke with him, and he said the law was not written, so you couldn't put another question back on the ballot as long as it wasn't the same question that was defeated.
Oh, good. That's a great point. The question then is what is the question that this board is asking to be put on the ballot?
The law dictates that the question must be exact, as written in the law.
Be in the form substantially following 24-30. Substantially. And that is the same question that was presented last time. So
we tried to just simply move the yes and no and swap their positions on which one was on top and which one was on bottom. And we were told that that was too much of a change.
No, it says...
the agenda says and related statutes, okay? And related statutes.
You're speaking out of order.
You are too,
Mr. Mayor, please stop. Mr. Allen, please stop.
I know you are, but what am I? What the hell, you child?
This is enough for the agenda, okay? It says and related statutes, so we can go forward. Don't try and sabotage us again.
I'm not trying to sabotage. I'm just asking the question is what is the proposition?
You are conflicted out from even giving any advice. Okay. Why are you even talking?
Why are you talking, Mr. Veer? Nobody recognized you.
Asking to be put on the ballot.
That's what we're going to come up with now, if you don't mind.
Mr. Adams, I would like to be recognized.
No, he doesn't have anything to say about this. He wasn't direct. Nothing was directed at him.
Oh, he has something to say about it because if this passes, the road district is dissolved as well.
I can recognize whoever I want, Mr. Condon.
Not in a discussion.
Yes, he can.
Mr. Adams,
Don't you know any parliamentary procedure?
Mr. Adams, if I could be recognized, please.
You are.
I believe the reason why I asked to be recognized is not to argue with Mr. Burr, because I know he's an attorney and that's what they do. My purpose in being recognized is to point out two things. Trustee Anderson, you mentioned that the voters did not know about the 90% or all of the money that is obtained from here, from the sale of the assets, would go to the trustees. That's number one. Number two, you mentioned that because it wasn't stated specifically in the statement on the ballot,
the proposition.
That 90%. Right. Let me just finish. It's okay. We're really not that far apart. We really aren't. Unfortunately, you want to fight all the time instead of finding a solution. So let's just talk through it and not be so negative. You mentioned that 90%, the tax bill for McHenry Township, road and township would be 90% less that first year, period. You are absolutely right. What you failed to say is that 80% of the voters voted against that. And either one of two things, I think what I'm understanding you say is either 80% of the voters don't take the time to find out the real facts, because they're lazy or they're stupid or whatever, number one. And number two, if they disagree with you, the 20% that agree with you are the only ones that are right. I can tell you that everybody that I talked to knew, number one, that I pointed out, and number two, that I pointed out. Their concerns related much more to the county taking over and bigger government costing more, as opposed to keeping it locally, where, quite frankly, you guys get to have a say and actually listen to you if you take the time to come and see me and talk to me. That's what's unfortunate. You're missing the...
No, you may not, he's not done.
Thank you. That's what you're missing. And quite honestly, Trustee Anderson, I actually called you and said, hey, you've got ideas. Let's sit down and talk and work through these ideas and be beneficial. We're going to agree on some, disagree on some things, but gosh, we agree on 80% of everything, and you guys don't want to sit down and work on that. That's unfortunate. And I understand Mr. Ver wants the township gone. I get it. And we're not going to win that battle. And Mr. Anderson, I think you want the township gone too, but I think if you look at the facts, you may want to change your mind, and we can do a lot of the things that you're talking about if you weren't so... You're the problem with what politics are right now. You either agree with me or you're wrong. And that's not the case in America. That's not what America is. It's unfortunate. That's really all that I have is...
Go, Jim. Go, Jim.
They're not stupid. They're not wrong. They said keep township and keep local government, keep government local. Because they then have control over it, and they can tell us what they want us to do. If you want to send it further away, go ahead, but you're dead wrong, and Jefferson said that. Thank you. Sorry to take your time.
Mr. Ed?
Yes, Mr. Good.
First of all, I find what you've done in allowing...
Excuse me, sorry. I apologize to everybody.
Allowing Mr. Condon to talk is a grave injustice to the board.
Oh, it's an injustice to the board that somebody with an opposing opinion actually gets a chance to speak.
He says, he rants about that last referendum, the referendum that was manipulated, okay,
It wasn't manipulated, it was exactly as it was written in the law.
Appearing on the November ballot, where a lot more people are going to vote, especially Republicans.
More people voted on this last ballot item than voted the other trustees into office, because you weren't elected, Mr. Veer.
Okay, that doesn't make any sense.
And the vote split between Democrat and Republican was almost 50-50, with only a half of a percentage between them.
Problems that arose immediately before the election. The primary election in which the wrong referendum question appeared on the ballot. I think we should just put it to the voters at the national election, which is always the biggest percentage of voters, beyond any doubt. So
I can give you the voter turnout numbers. I will. Let me find them.
Despite all these people that have an interest in seeing township government going because of their livelihoods and patronage armies, and God knows what else. We're giving the voters a chance, and we've talked to the legislators that were involved. I have too. Mr. Militello has no business giving us any legal advice, especially wrong advice. Okay? He's conflicted out. He's still trying in the Circuit Court of McHenry Township to have the abolition statute, the consolidation statute, rendered unconstitutional. Now, how he can sit here and try and torpedo us from getting this on the ballot in November is, frankly, unbelievable to me. Okay? He should just be quiet. He doesn't have any authority to tell us what to do on it.
He's our attorney. He has all authority. He's our attorney.
Can I please? Is he?
He's our attorney. He's the township attorney. This is township business.
I'm sorry, Mr. Wojcicki, you need to be asked to be recognized.
Can you wait until I'm done instead of barking in from things you don't know about?
How long do I have to wait? How long do I have to wait? For God's sake. The board made it quite clear that they were opposed to the action, okay? The action of filing for the 2 road districts that we weren't even told about in advance. It just suddenly, we read about it in the paper. I think that's a level of duplicity, and that has caused me not to have much confidence in Mr. Mottola. And for him to sit here now
Of the
and talk about
35,781 registered voters in McHenry Township,
okay? It's not his job.
9,353 turned out. That is higher than we've ever seen in this township in the time that I've been watching for a primary election. More voters turned out for this because of these questions, by the way.
You know, it's a plebiscite. This was done deliberately by the pro-township forces to put it on a little election where hardly anybody would vote. Okay, and then the COVID situation made it quite so. It was one of the lowest primary turnouts for that, even that particular election.
There's a lie. I need a lie meter. I need to put that up here.
There wasn't much on the Republican ballot. Very few Republicans came out. Let's just put it on the November ballot and let the people decide.
Like I said, the numbers were just about equal.
If it's going to fail again, then what harm does it do? Okay? They can make their point of how we need township government in the 21st century. Okay? Here we are giving out, what, $12,000 in general assistance, but the one thing mandated by the township to do, but it costs us $250,000 to administer that? This doesn't make any sense. This country is in a financial crisis.
Susan, to answer your question there from Facebook, yes, that is exactly their strategy, and they've talked about it on Bob Anderson's Facebook page. Their strategy is to just keep pushing the vote because we have to win every single ballot initiative in order to keep the township. They only have to win one to get rid of it.
Something has to be done, and it starts here at this level. Mr. Condon can cry all he wants about this isn't America. Yeah, this is America, okay? The board was elected, the board takes action. There is a vocal minority of leftists and township employees and township family members who want to see the continuation of the township.
This is all he does, is try and disparage everybody that wants to keep the township as being leftists and employed by the township or family members of the township.
Are you going to have work here or not?
Shut him down.
This is just what I'm getting at.
May I be recognized?
Yes, Stan, you may.
Does anybody here even bother to see what's going on in Springfield? They just voted themselves a raise. Look what McHenry County has done. They couldn't even cut their salaries by 10%. And we're sitting here worried about nickels and dimes. And look where the money's being wasted. It's being wasted in Springfield. It's being wasted at the county level. And we're going to abolish the township and give the county the power. The public has spoken in the last election, and you can't change the law by changing the words around to put the same thing on a ballot that's already been settled. Plain and simple. And secondly, Mr. Militello has every right to speak. He is our attorney. He's paid to be our attorney. He's paid to give us legal advice. You have no right to tell him not to speak.
Yes, I do.
No, you don't.
There's a conflict.
Out of order. Out of order.
He's in conflict. You understand?
He might be in conflict in other issues, but not in the issue.
See how Mr. Veer just interrupts whenever he wants, but he wants absolute silence while he stands on his pulpit. There is a man with a small mind and probably other small things.
Mr. Adams, if I can be recognized.
No, I want to know where you come off, Mr. Adams, saying he doesn't have a conflict.
I don't believe he has a conflict. How?
Oh, you don't believe he has?
I didn't say he doesn't. I said I don't believe.
Well, I know he has one, okay?
That's your opinion.
Yeah, it is my opinion.
No, Mr. Cannon, not right now.
I'm sorry?
Not right now.
Are you sure?
Yes, I'm sure.
Because I have 6 points that I want to make.
Look, he's not a board member. He can't.
You're out of order. You're out of order.
Mr.
All right, last time, Mr. Khan, I will recognize you for the last time
On this particular item or the whole night?
on this particular item.
Okay, I have 6 points that Mr. Ver stated, and I just want to clarify a couple things. Mr. Ver, if you feel that Mr. Militello, your attorney Militello, has some ethical issues, you should bring that up with the state bar. I believe that's where it should be, not here falsely accusing him of things.
Ooh, either take it to the bar or don't.
Waste these trustees' valuable time.
Take it to the bar or shut your hole.
Voters of McHenry Township, number one. Number two, let's provide clarification on your false statement about how we wanted it on the primary instead of the general election. As I've said about a dozen times and you've chosen to ignore, on a primary, local issues, people pay attention to local issues. When you go to the general election, they're much more concentrated on the presidential election. And that's why they chose to put it on the primary election, because the people that vote there are not smarter or dumber than the general election, but they're just more informed about the local vote. That's why they put it there. So don't say anything else. It's complete falsehood.
Speak the truth.
And Mr. Anderson and Mr.
Yes.
Rachel, you have to believe that. I mean, that is so true. Number three. I can't read my writing, so I'm going to pass that. Sorry about that, guys. Number four. I don't believe the COVID virus had any impact on the ballot, so please don't throw that out there, okay? Number five talks about money, and don't remember what I was going to say, so we'll just pass it. Number six, and most importantly, for once, you and I, Mr. Burr, agree. The state of Illinois is in crisis. Unfortunately, the state of Illinois being in crisis has nothing to do with McHenry Township. Nothing to do with it. McHenry Township has kept its levy flat or reduced it by 10% for what, Craig, the last 10 years?
Approximately.
And if you want to look where the real problems are,
And reducing that levy over the past number of years and draining the reserves has put us in a situation where we have very little emergency operating funds left over, so that if we get into a situation like this COVID thing, we could actually bankrupt.
Instead of looking at the backwater and figuring out how to make it better. It's so unfortunate. You don't even see the things that you say that I listen to and I verify and change or eliminate, because you won't sit down and have a conversation because you don't want to know the truth. Your simple answer is eliminate townships. And lastly, and most importantly, both of you, thanks for at least giving me the time to voice my opinion. You have no idea how much I appreciate you guys listening to me and having the opportunity to say that here. I know you're listening. I would only ask you to work together, truly work together, okay? Thank you again.
Okay, back to the discussion of the topic.
I have more discussion on the topic.
Okay.
This is from Friends of McHenry Township. They're talking about the three trustees. They don't want it on the primary election ballot. This is their writing now, by the way. They don't want it, the proposition. They don't want it on the primary election ballot because they know they'll have a greater chance of failure during a primary when voter turnout is likely to be lower. The attempt of our strategy is to do a preemptive strike. If we beat them to the punch, we can choose the wording that will be on the ballot to ensure that voters are not confused over what they are voting for. And I just read that was in the statute that the people were voting, and it's a pretty important thing, sir. That was not on the ballot for somebody that went to the
That was before we knew that the wording had to be exact in the law. So we went exactly with what they had in the law.
That is what I would like to see on another proposition, so people could actually see right in front of them what their benefit would be if the township were eliminated.
May I be recognized?
Yes, you may.
From what Bob may remember, you came up with that resolution to put it on the ballot. You tried to get it on a November ballot, but you found out because of the law that you couldn't skip an election, so you dropped your proposal for that resolution on a November ballot. And that's the reason that it was put on the spring ballot. Isn't that true?
No, not.
Yes.
If you read Friends of McHenry Township, I just read it, shall I read it again to you? The reason I put that resolution, got that resolution passed, is to put it on the November election because I knew, and we all knew, that there'd be more people voting in the presidential election than the primary election.
Right, but
and that's why we had this preemptive strike we're talking about here to get on there, so we had fewer voters out to control the issue. And the whole thing is that controlling the wording so that we didn't put on the real benefits when the township was gone, who was going to have those benefits come to them. So it was not on the ballot.
So these laws,
again, I'll point out that the turnout was almost identical between Democrats and Republicans.
And putting it right back on the ballot, I don't think you can do that. Isn't that what you're doing? You're changing a few words and trying to put the same resolution on the ballot where that can't be done by the law for 23 months.
I believe I said it earlier, I'll say it again to you, Stan, maybe you didn't hear me. I called up Representative McSweeney, who got this bill passed, and I asked him about this issue. And he said that he didn't write the law so you couldn't put it back on the ballot for 23 months. He said that the issue would be just that you don't put the same wording of the question on the ballot that was defeated. That was from the Representative McSweeney that wrote the bill.
But the bill dictates what the wording of the ballot item must be.
Right?
No, more
same resolution with different wording.
I don't think you heard what I read before.
Mr. Adler?
Yes, Mr.
Mr. Condon is completely wrong about COVID not depressing the voter turnout. It did. Every clerk in the entire state can tell you it did. Okay?
I'm an election judge. I was an election judge for this election. I was informed by the clerk's staff that we in McHenry Township had the highest voter turnout in all the frickin' counties.
Others can see that, so he doesn't have to talk.
Yeah, we can see.
Another thing that Mr. Condon doesn't seem to recognize is that Illinois is not its own little country. Okay? We're surrounded by other states. We're way behind the curve in what other states have done. For example, Oklahoma got rid of all their townships during the Depression. I wager to say we may be heading into another...
This thing again. Other states. If other states jumped off the Brooklyn Bridge, Mr. Veer...
Indiana got rid of all their townships. Sorry, Iowa got rid of all their townships. Indiana got rid of all their township assessors. Okay? Michigan did completely gutted the township road district. This is all done to save money, all right, and to make things logical. Now, if you want to have 18 different rules for how things are assessed in the county, then I guess you would want the Illinois system to prevail. I don't.
There are not different rules, 18 different rules. There's not different rules for every township. All the township assessors assess based on a set of rules that come down
like
to
township
them.
officials of Illinois, so on and so forth, who have a vested interest in keeping this whole monstrous system going. But now we are in a real financial fix. And, you know, just like in Switzerland, we'll have a plebiscite for the people.
We've heard this from you many times, Mr. Beard.
Thank you.
Okay.
We're making a record now, okay, Mr. Evans?
You made the record. You made the record in every meeting, a broken record. All right.
Thank you.
So, I guess we need wording, Mr. Anderson.
Evidence of pre-discussion. He knows Anderson has the wording.
Well, does it?
Go ahead. I put this down.
because I like add what I read that was in the statute. And then we
What you
shall
read
McHenry
is far
Township
too
together
long
with
for a
any
ballot
road
initiative.
district, which would be the McHenry Township Road District.
Well, then the clerk should be writing this down so that we get it.
Then you should also be recognized before you talk. 15 different times you interrupt.
Okay,
You just shut up. I'm also being recorded. I go off to the recording. It's more accurate than listening to you spew on for
Okay,
hours.
Mr. Elwer, please, you're interrupted.
Should I start again?
Yes, please.
Shall the McHenry Township together with any road district wholly within the boundaries of McHenry Township be dissolved on, and this will be probably open for, this has to be done, I guess, 122 days prior to the election. There's not a whole lot of time to get this done. And it can't be dissolved until 90 days after the election if the voters chose to do that. So what I just did was that it could not be done. I could come back to this. I guess I'm just kind of run through this and come back to any questions. But it could not be dissolved not sooner than on February 2, 2021. But anyway, we could change that date if somebody thinks that we should wait a little bit longer and go more than 90 days, that would be up for discussion.
Can you just make a motion, please, and not just ramble on like Grandpa Simpson? Back in my day, I was wearing an onion on my belt, which was the style at the time, but that wasn't important because I was going to Shelbyville, and the Shelbyville ride cost a nickel. Nickels had pictures of bees on them.
I guess there's a question I could put a primary or for the sole benefit. There's two words that we could use here. I'll leave it for discussion. To benefit the citizens of McHenry Township, the property tax levy of McHenry Township together with any road district wholly within the boundaries of McHenry Township would be capped at 90% of the original levy before transferring to the county. And probably put in there, I suppose transfer to the county, probably put the word transfer to McHenry County. Any questions, comments on that, or any wording changes?
The 90-day date, when does it actually fall? Is it on a weekend or something?
Here's on his phone again.
You'll be counting 90 days from the election, which would be the 3rd of November.
Okay.
You wouldn't actually count the actual day of the election.
What was that?
You wouldn't be counting the day of the election.
No, you'd be counting after that, yeah. It would have to be after the election, which is the 3rd of November. And my numbers come not sooner than 2/2/21, but it doesn't, we can extend it after 90 days. 90 days is the starting point. And I don't know if,
I know, but we have to have the actual date now, but we have to have the date tonight. Right?
What?
We have to have the date tonight.
Oh, yes, I know, but we have to pick it up. That's what I said. Yes, I said, we have to have a date in the resolution.
Okay, so I would say February 8th.
2/8?
It's a Monday. That's the first Monday after the 90 days.
I don't have a calendar.
My
I don't
calendar.
have a Monday or not.
Total.
I don't have a calendar here.
I didn't count the 90 days.
Is that Monday?
What month do you want?
Oh, that's going to be February, 2021.
February 8th?
All February, I'm sorry, you want Monday, the first Monday? In February is the second. I'm sorry, it's the first.
Well, we can't do, it's gotta be after that. You said the 8th, is that what you said, Steve, was the Monday?
Well, the first would be 90 days.
You think you would have, if you were coming forward with a resolution that's going to go on the ballot, you would have written this up and looked at your damn calendar beforehand?
All right, let's leave it at that. What about the wording at the end? I said would be capped at 90% of the original levy for transfer to the county. Should we?
He wants like a page and a half of wording for a frickin' ballot.
Whatever would be the choice here.
Let's just go with the statute. As it's worded in the statute.
As it's worded in the statute, can't be done.
Well, if you read up the first part of it, it does read that the obligations and liabilities be transferred to McHenry County.
Right, so we'll just keep.
So I'm saying, when I talk about the addition part, would it be capped 90%? Should we just transfer to the county, or should we use McHenry County again?
So he's specifically wording this with the capped at 90%. There is another part in the law right after that says for the first year. He's leaving that part off, and he's going to try and get the wording on the ballot as it's in the statute, but leaving off the part about the first year only.
With the duties taken on by McHenry County, so that does say McHenry County there.
Yeah, well, it will be obvious that it is referring to the county.
Wouldn't it make more sense to table this so you can draft it properly and bring it up in the next meeting?
No, it's got to be done before that because everything's against a time situation. This has to be filed with the township clerk, with the county clerk, and the county board. And it has to be done 122 days prior to the election. So then this all has to be done by the first part of July. If I count on the days right, it would have to, the deadline to file is going to be July 3rd. So we won't have time to go into the next meeting unless we're going into a special meeting.
No,
I'm sure they'd love to call another special meeting and milk another $100 each for each one of them.
I do too. I'll call the question tonight.
So this is your proposition, right?
Yes, this rambling, incoherent, whatever the hell that was, is your proposition? Really?
Please, Bob, write it down exactly as you want it. So that we have something to go on. If there's some kind of a...
Exactly how you want it.
Okay, what I'm going to do is I'll type it up and I'll bring it tomorrow.
That's fine.
Put it on your desk. What anytime? Okay. I'll type it up.
But we still have to vote on it now.
Okay.
All right, we ready for a vote? Mr. Anderson?
Yes.
Mr. Rakestraw?
Yes.
Mr. Adams, no. Mr. Beard?
Yes.
Mr. Wojciechowski?
No.
Okay, we're down to P, resolution of board to hire Robert Hamlin for any special representation on matters concerning the referendum. vote.
I originally had a plan that if they did actually do this, that I was going to call the Johnsburg Police non-emergency number and see if I could get them arrested for breaking the law. After consulting with a close friend, it was pointed out to me that this one does not quite raise to that level. Damn.
So we skipped all that and went right to discussion?
We should have, you're correct. I'm human. We need a motion, I guess.
So, a resolution, my motion is for a resolution.
I just want to point out that this meeting started at 7 o'clock. It is now 8:30. 20, and we haven't even moved on to item B. This is every meeting, folks. Every meeting.
And that is the motion. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Discussion? The problem is Mr. Militello is hopelessly conflicted in this matter, just as he was.
That is your opinion.
Yeah, just as he was in the other matter that we hired Mr. Hanlon on.
I still don't understand how they hired Mr. Hanlon on that. He was turned down by the supervisor.
And still doing it, so it's an ongoing conflict. Okay?
Why don't we let someone else decide if it's a conflict?
Because we are taking action tonight, that's why.
Okay.
All right, there's a motion up. You could have put up all kinds of things as another agenda item, but you didn't. So, this is what's up. There's a second. Any further discussion?
Wait. When did Veer start running the meeting?
Can I make a comment?
What the hell?
I don't need to be the attorney on this particular matter, so I would purposefully recuse myself for it, not because of any conflict, but because of the fact that I advise the board that the election code would play here. And the proposition's not correct. Number one. Number two, the proposition.
You know you've done wrong when your lawyer says, you know what, I'm just going to step out of this because I told you you're doing wrong, and you went ahead and done wrong. You know you're in the wrong when your lawyer says that.
Does all this, again, you could do it contingent upon feedback from the county, McHenry County, as to whether or not they would even accept the proposition being presented.
And may I ask how you go about doing that?
You just present it to them.
You're
present it to who?
The county clerk. You're asking the county clerk to take this question.
We're not advocating our responsibilities to the county clerk.
You
okay?
never want to be recognized.
The county clerk.
The county clerk has ultimate decision on what is acceptable and submitted properly to be on the ballot.
And I'll give you an example.
That is his job.
Example. Last go-around, the petition came in under the section that Bob was reading, that 24-20, which regarding the petition and the requirements of having a petition and having the signatures and having the date of dissolution and having it done within a certain period of time. The question came in specifically as it's shown in 24-30, except they had no first and yes second. Okay. County clerk asked the state's attorney, can we accept that?
How do you know that?
Because I talked to the county clerk.
Okay, well, you never told us any of this until tonight.
You're asking me.
Okay. Why do you hide all these things?
It's not hiding. This is the proposition.
Who authorized you to do that?
This question, okay, was presented to you, the board.
Who authorized you to do all this consulting?
The suit.
You did, and
Steve
did.
Steve, one of the requirements under that specific section is to file it with the governing board. You are that governing board. They're also supposed to file it. So I would be remiss in my job if you were to get this question not on the ballot. There's a lot of steps that you have to follow, not only the township code, you have to follow the election code.
Who are you to do your job, Mr. Attorney? How dare you do your job?
The ballot as requested, okay? So my point is if this board wants to know whether or not the county will accept it, ask the county clerk's office, because then they will then ask the state's attorney's office. If the board doesn't want to do that, that's your choice. You don't have to do that. All I'm suggesting is it's an option.
Well, look, my answer to that is the state's attorney is not running McHenry Township, and neither is the county clerk. Okay?
They're running the election.
Actually, they're not. It's the circuit court of McHenry County that does that. All right?
That's correct. County.
The circuit court will make any decisions. Okay?
Yeah, he directly has said that he wants this to go to the court. He wants this to go to lawsuit.
If you would have been successful in the very suit we told you we would not be involved with that got thrown out.
Okay, we've been over this, Stephen.
So, you know, I realize that there's always elements of doubt. There is in this case. We'll see what happens. Any further discussion?
Why is Veer running the meeting?
I will be abstaining, and I will not appoint Mr. Hanlon.
Okay, take a vote. Actually, we don't have an attorney now, okay, for this matter.
Doesn't, I still get to appoint, and you get to choose.
Not unless there's a conflict.
Yes,
Okay.
I'm sorry, yes, you do.
Mr. Adams, can I be recognized?
Yes.
Why? Why are you recognizing?
Why are you interrupting?
You know what?
He's not a member of this board.
You're not recognized.
I would be recognized
That
because of
mallet has not been used enough tonight.
Okay, you may be asked because of the Pax Road District.
I just wanted clarification that the board is proposing to hire a Robert Hanlon, who I believe is the same attorney that represented Algonquin Township Road District. who
And
cost
horribly
Algonquin
failed at every
Township
step.
Road District hundreds of thousands of dollars, which I assume he only provided advice to the highway commissioner, who then proceeded on his advice. And now we want to hire the same attorney that cost the road district and, quite frankly, the township hundreds of thousands of dollars. I just want to make sure that that's what I understand to be the case, because you're hiring somebody who wants to take action that can eliminate the road district, and I want to make sure that you really want to spend that kind of funds on a person who is completely unproven, from what I understand from the papers, in his efforts with the Algonquin Township Road District. Is that correct? That's all I really want to know.
Not only unproven, but was notorious for missing deadlines and having to get extensions and beg and beg and beg for him to not get in trouble. He actually almost wound Gasser up in contempt of court because of it.
I was speaking.
Yes, Mr. Veer has the floor.
Okay, so all the money that was blown on the crazy lawsuit, first against the county, now against the governor in the county, okay?
Mr. Adams, I'd ask that he direct his questions to my comment.
Excuse me.
Or move on.
You don't have any standing to talk about bullshit money.
Because that would be common sense, Bert.
You've blown quite a lot of money already.
No one's recognized now. Let's move on.
Thank you.
Roll call.
Roll call vote, I guess. Mr. Anderson?
Yes.
Mr. Wojcicki?
No.
Mr. Adams, no. No, I'm not voting, I'm abstaining, I'm sorry. I'm abstaining. Mr. Rakestraw?
Yes.
And Mr. Beard?
Yes.
Okay, all right.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is how our
Okay,
republic
number C,
dies.
resolution of the
People
Board
like
of-
this,
the appointment of
people
a
doing
deputy
stuff like this.
McHenry Township
These
clerk.
are the enemies of the state.
Gentlemen, if the clerk doesn't want a deputy clerk, you can't force him to have one.
But what if the clerk's not here to do his responsibility?
Clerk is always here to do.
They
his
had this exact
responsibility.
same
We talked
discussion
about
last
this,
month.
was on the last thing. If he's not here, it's either me or the statute says me or the assessor will handle it.
They were informed of this last month.
So therefore, he doesn't have to appoint one, period.
I'd like a legal opinion on this, because it's going to come up when the filings occur.
Let's make a motion and get a second for discussion, okay?
No, it's my motion
Go ahead, one.
to appoint someone.
But according to the township statutes, it's only up to the clerk to appoint someone. So,
The section that, and it's referenced in the resolution that we submitted last time, which is 75-45, which is regarding the deputy clerk. So the town clerk would appoint the deputy clerk. So if this board wants to authorize the deputy, the town clerk to do that, you could do that by resolution. However, you're authorizing him to appoint at some point in time whoever he wants to appoint. The resolution, I believe I provided one, is with a name specific, so that you could put in the name that is the clerk can put in the name who they want to appoint, and then you would vote on it, versus telling him to go ahead and appoint somebody, and then you're gonna be waiting for that time period to happen.
To me, this would not be a bad thing to have on in the township record, if that should happen in the future.
You know, this just means hiring another person when they were just having a fit over one person that was part-time. This is paying another person to be a deputy clerk or anything else like that. You know, but hey, whatever.
We're authorizing the appointment of the deputy McHenry Township clerk.
And then the clerk has the...
So is this given to,
So the clerk has, if he doesn't want to, just so you understand, if he doesn't want to appoint one...
Then he doesn't do that.
Right.
Could I say something?
Yeah.
I guess my biggest question is, why would anybody be objecting to having a deputy? Say he's got a physical problem or is in the...
Okay, if that came up, you've got a point there, okay?
I don't understand.
But there's also no pay for a deputy clerk, okay?
Well, if it's an employee here at the township, why would it make a difference?
Because I don't have any employees left to do anything else. So if you want to make a resolution, you can do that.
Can the supervisor be the deputy clerk?
No, the supervisor cannot. Supervisor's busy.
But you already said if something went wrong, you'd be here to do it.
I said if he was absent or not here, I would accept the filings. He's here every day, okay?
May I be recognized?
Well, we know that he is not here every day. He's been in the hospital and so on and so forth.
Just recently, and if anything would have happened, it would have been taken care of.
You want to know how many days I've had off in over 3 years?
I'm concerned about the future, okay?
Yeah.
And having a mechanism in place where if something happens,
That's not a mechanism in place that he's worried about. It's trying to sneak things in at the last hour, at the 11th hour, right before the end, so that there's as little time as possible for the public to react and come up with a plan.
So therefore,
you making a motion?
Well,
May I?
Yes, you may.
So let me get this straight. We're getting rid of, we're throwing out employees, but we're creating more positions, so might have to hire somebody else, so.
Boom! Thank you, Stan.
There? You're creating more work, but you're getting rid of people.
I think this was said that there would be no pay for that, but isn't there? Didn't you say that?
There's nothing in the budget for it.
Yeah, right, there's nothing in the budget for that.
But that doesn't mean,
Yeah.
well, that would be up to
But the people that work here are getting paid, and they're getting paid to do other jobs, and you're giving them another duty.
So what should we do, Stan? Just say that if Dan isn't here, everything comes to a grinding halt?
No.
He's always here.
He isn't always here. He's already been in the hospital.
Have we had a problem in the last 3 years? I don't think so.
We had a problem?
Yeah.
I wasn't here when I had filings. Okay.
At the 11th hour, when he was known to not be there.
Here, you purposely came in at 1:45. You purposely did that.
I do not know what your schedule is. 1:45 is not lunch hour, okay?
Here, did Denise not ask
Again,
you if
Veer interrupting,
she
but
could
wants
call?
silence when he's talking.
Did she not?
No, she didn't. You got it on
You're a
videotape.
liar.
You got it on videotape. Why you play it?
And she'll testify that you did. She asked you if you want me to call him. I live 5 minutes away. I could have came in.
Okay, so
you
you're not-
deliberately
so-
did it.
so you're
and
not-
deliberately told her not to call me.
I don't stake out your house, okay?
You deliberately
I came here during
did that.
regular business
Deliberately
hours.
told her not to call me.
get this under order. Okay, do we want to?
You weren't there, so you can't even say what happened.
Denise told me what she said.
Okay.
She told you I can call him. You want me to call him? You said no. And first of all, there was 3 mistakes in this stupid proposal that you wanted to have. There's 3 mistakes.
Let's go back.
PM for 1. Paul Moron.
Let's go back to the resolution. So I guess we've had discussion.
So that's my motion, we need a second.
Okay, we need a second.
I'll second.
Okay. Roll call vote. Anderson?
Yes.
Rakestraw?
Yes.
I have no problem with all I'm doing is authorize the resolution, yeah. I vote yes on that. I'm sorry, Mr. Beer.
Yes.
Mr. Wojcicki?
No.
Okay.
Thank you,
Resolution is
Stan.
to establish and promulgate written COVID-19 procedures affecting all the vehicles in the town. I already gave those to you last month, gentlemen. I gave them to you, they were in the board packet. It shows that they're being done every morning.
Yes, they were.
They're being done in between passengers, and they're being done again at night.
And they haven't been revised after the Illinois Department of Public Health issued the revisions? Are these published on the website?
No, they're not published on the website. We could publish them on the website, would you like that?
Yeah, because you say that the ridership is way down. Maybe people are afraid, they don't know what's going on and how it's being disinfected.
The ridership went way down because people weren't allowed to go places.
Publish on the website. But I've already given them to you the very last
I
meeting.
know, but things have changed since a month ago.
Not really in terms of disinfecting that.
How have they changed? Specifically?
Not in terms of disinfecting that I'm aware of. No one said you should not disinfect.
All right, could you just take a look at the Illinois Department of Public Health website for public places and the disinfection of common carriers?
We're
Some conflict you should present what the conflict is.
We're doing it. Okay. Right.
Do we have an extra board member here? Why?
Okay.
I get so sick of that laugh. Somebody needs to stuff a sock in his mouth.
Resolution 170521 to set salaries and benefits for elected officials. It's in your
Is
packet.
that one I was showing you where they're going to zero it out and make it just so that nobody can live on full-time
It
jobs?
was actually voted on in different parts.
In different parts, but it was voted on.
And some of us weren't even on those boards.
Well, I thought when we had talked about it, we put it in the resolution, but I thought that we were talking about elected officials not being employees, so the insurance, I didn't see in the resolution.
I put that in there.
I know that's in there, but also though, there's retirement. I think that's an issue there too, and I thought that we discussed that when we voted on that the retirement, taxpayer funded retirement benefits would not be involved in that too.
My understanding is with IMRF, okay? If someone works 20 hours, you can't not give that to them.
That's right. IMRF rules are there in place and you have to follow them.
And does the attorney have an opinion, is that correct?
I would say let's contact IMRF. That sounds familiar. When I was with the government, there was an IMRF requirement.
Okay.
So I don't know what it is today as far as that dollar amount.
Okay, then if it's a requirement, then it would be there, but if it's not, then we should be stricken.
What is the percentage for an IMRF? 2%?
If there is
$1,000 a year.
No, I mean the
Percentage
amount,
of
the percentage, yeah. Isn't it like 2% or 3%?
It's very small.
Ladies and gentlemen of the audience, I have a question for you. If me, a humble IT guy, knows this, how does Veer, a lawyer, somebody who's actually on the Illinois, has passed the bar, is registered to practice law in Illinois, isn't able to find this? The answer is he's totally capable of it, and he wants to do things that are against the rules so that he gets sued and drain the coffers.
Okay, got you. I hear your amended motion, I guess.
Yes.
Do a second to that?
Well, I'm wondering if these figures are still accurate, now that we know that they're part-time jobs.
Okay, that's your opinion.
No, it's not my opinion.
Yes, it is your opinion. I hear.
Because the assessor says you would keep your state senate job.
Again, not recognized.
Okay, first of all,
do that.
are we gonna pass this or not? I have a second?
We're in discussion about the amount.
I think the way it goes is we get a motion, second, then goes to discussion. I don't know, I could be wrong.
I think the supervisor should be getting the most, since he's running the township. Not be tied with the road commission. and certainly not be less.
I would disagree. The road commissioner does lots of work also.
More than you?
More than me? I don't know about that, but he does a lot of work.
Well, you're the chief
You're the
executive.
road commissioner. Road commissioner, tell us about your work.
Are we saying?
Look, he's not entitled to this job.
You're interrupting.
He's just asking for.
Do you ever ask to be recognized?
I asked him for his opinion.
If I could be recognized,
You are.
Mr. Adams. I am not sure where the story that our jobs as assessor, supervisor, or highway commissioner are part-time jobs. You manage a budget as a highway commissioner of $3 million or more. So how that's a part-time job, I'm not sure, or who believes that. As an example, the last 2 nights, I've been on sites after hours where trees have been down because I'm on call 24 hours a day. So it's really unfortunate that you feel that. And I just want to make sure that you know that it's not a part-time job. It never has been. And I work much more than 40 hours a week, unfortunately. And not unfortunately, I enjoy the job. So that's why I do it. Contrary to a lot of beliefs. And actually, I'm pretty good at solving a lot of the problems, which obviously, unless you're in the middle of it, you don't see it. So, but it's not a part-time job. Anybody who thinks that it is should sit with me for a couple of weeks, or just sit down and talk to me. I realize that you don't want to hear that, or do that, or believe that, but we do a lot of good stuff, and a lot cheaper than a lot of places do. So, thank you, Mr. Adams, Supervisor Adams.
Okay. It's a full-time job. These are all full-time jobs.
I have a question.
Yes.
Didn't we already resolve all of this in the?
We already voted on this, yes. I don't know.
Yes, I mean, it was in our first year, I believe.
Yes, you did.
So why is it coming up again?
Because there was not a resolution passed on it.
No, but now here's the resolution.
That's why it's up.
Because it was a trick, okay?
It was not.
And if it didn't go, if this resolution wasn't passed, then the current salaries go.
And that's not true, I don't believe.
There was already a resolution passed.
Okay. I didn't.
Mr. Adams, if I could just because I'd like Mr. Rakestraw and Trustee Rakestraw and Trustee Anderson to look me in the eyes and say that I tried to trick them. Do either of you believe that for 1 second?
You never tried to trick.
Nobody has even mentioned your name.
You just said, Mr. Bird,
okay?
You're not recognized. Just give them a chance to answer a simple question because you made an accusation
out of
that it was
order.
a setup. You're out of order. So, Mr. Anderson and Mr. Rakestraw.
The whole damn system's out of order.
Do you
Sorry,
truly believe that I would try to trick you two?
couldn't help it.
Honestly, answer that question. Do you think I would try to trick you? If you do, okay, more power to you, but I don't think you really do believe that.
My question is why, Mr. Adams, if I may,
Right.
address that?
Mr. Rear, go ahead.
My question is why a resolution was never presented to the board before? Okay?
Because there was already a resolution.
Why wasn't that done, Mr. Militello? Why didn't we get an actual resolution?
No one asked for one. There was going to be one presented before the deadline, obviously.
Okay, well, going to be, here it is now.
Well, here it is. Okay, so it is what you asked for. So, discussion being over, let's have a roll call vote. Mr. Anderson.
Well, we're talking about the salary amount still.
I thought you were done, I'm sorry.
Veer is never done bloviating.
Proceeded, you didn't talk about it.
How dare you assume so, Mr. Anderson? Or Mr. Adams, sorry. How dare you assume that Veer is done bloviating?
We didn't have time to answer that.
What's that?
If he's got some questions.
All right, go ahead, Mr. Bird.
So I think as the chief executive of the township, the supervisor should get slightly more than the road district commissioner.
Okay, what would you propose?
You watch if this passes with the supervisor having a little bit more than the road district commissioner. Veer is going to try and use it as some method of discrediting Craig. That he only went along with this, or that he voted to give himself more money than everybody else. You watch, he's going to twist it like that.
The Highway Commission.
Okay.
Wait a minute. This was set at 45, and you said you want to give them more, and now you said 44.5.
It wasn't set at any
It's set
time
at
before.
45.
No,
And you're saying
on the resolution now, okay?
the resolution has the salaries in here at 45,000, and you mentioned that you wanted the supervisor to get more. How does 44.5 become more than 45,000? That's what I want to know.
Stan, we're not talking about the supervisor's salary. That remains unchanged. We're talking about the road commissioner's salary, okay?
No, you said supervisor's salary.
No, he said road commissioner, he did.
You know, nothing has been voted on in the form of a resolution before, Stan, okay? We're doing it now.
You're doing it now, but you're changing the wording of the resolution.
All right, let Mr. Beer continue. Anything else? Okay, any more discussion?
Yes, I think 45,000 is okay with all three.
I do too.
I wouldn't go any lower.
You're getting pretty low.
45 sounds fine to me.
Okay, it's fine to you. Fine to me. Call the question. Call the question.
So what are we calling? What's the question?
The question is to pass this resolution as is.
Well, whose motion is this? It's never been brought up.
It was brought up. We had a first and a second.
Who was the second on that?
I don't remember now.
Who was the first?
I don't recall having a second.
I didn't second.
I think I firsted it.
Who's on first?
No,
What's on
first.
second?
Okay.
I don't know who's on
Did I
third.
second it? I don't know. Somebody seconded it.
So is it for 44.5 or is it for 40?
45. We're going to leave it. That's what I'm saying now. Because, okay.
What it is the salaries are staying the same what's in that resolution.
What's in the resolution?
With one stipulation.
That Mr. Miltow will look in the IMRF. Okay?
We'll call the question for that.
Okay, let's call the question. Mr. Anderson?
Yes.
Mr. Rakestraw?
Yes.
Mr. Adams, yes. Mr. Beer?
Yes.
Mr. Wojciechowski?
Yes.
Okay. F, discussion of McHenry Township handling Salvation Army.
This has already been discussed to death.
On the website, it says, for the official website of the township, it says, we're handling Social Salvation Army claims.
No.
To this date, we are, because no one ever voted
He just
it
talks
out.
whenever he
Now, if you
wants.
want it voted out, we could do that tonight.
It's my motion, okay, Dan? Do you understand
Are you
parliamentary
recognized?
procedure?
No, I don't think so.
It's my motion.
Okay,
Was there a second?
Is there a second?
Is there even an actual motion?
We're going to discuss this relationship with the Salvation Army.
Number F, you got it.
Because it looks like we're handling all their claims.
no.
We've been over this. This has been explained to Veer the past 3 or 4 meetings over and over and over again. He's pretending like it's the first time he's seeing it and dragging this out. He just wants to drag these meetings out, wear people down, and by the way, the longer he drags these meetings out, the more Mr. Militello, the attorney, gets paid, because unlike them, who are paid $100 for the meeting, Mr. Militello charges hourly, at a lawyer rate.
That they will give these people, and we're done. That's it. The Salvation Army handles everything from there. It's called a
Reciprocal.
yeah, or what am I trying to say? A satellite site. And the reason is it would be very hard for some of these people without cars and stuff to get to the Salvation Army in Crystal Lake to do this. It's not a big deal on our part at all. Takes 5 minutes, if that.
Isn't there a Salvation Army in McHenry?
Not to my knowledge. There's a Salvation Army store, but not.
Yeah.
You got. They don't do that. You got to go to their sites. So all we're doing is helping people that need it, especially right now. And I don't see it as a very big issue. It's not impacting our finances or anything.
I'm not saying that any relationship with the Salvation Army be severed, but I don't like the idea that the township is listed as a satellite of Salvation Army. And you can give out the vouchers of the Salvation Army without advertising it. Now, I assume that if people don't qualify for general and they don't qualify for the emergency assistance, that you give them these vouchers for Salvation Army using Salvation Army criteria. Is that right?
That is correct.
Okay. So why do you have to advertise that?
Well, shouldn't people know they could come here to get that done?
Look, okay, in this age of separation of church and state, by calling
Says the man that wanted to open up every meeting with an invocation.
Is a problem. Okay.
Would there be another word that would be?
Yeah, don't put Salvation Army in at all, and you can continue to give out the vouchers to the people that aren't qualified.
So you would like us to take it off the website? So
yes.
Gentlemen, I just feel that people don't know if they can't find it. I mean,
what do you mean they can't find it?
Well, when you speak to the people in your interview, you can, if you say, well, we found that you don't qualify for it, for the general assistance, but we do have an option.
All it says, gentlemen, can I read this to you? McHenry Township is an extension site for Salvation Emergency Assistance for certain zip codes. That's all it says.
Oh, it looks like Rakestraw woke up from his nap.
Is it?
Yeah. It
says residents in these zip codes.
It says we are a satellite of
extension. It says extension site.
No, further on, it's related in two parts. It appears on the website twice.
Have you looked at the website recently? Because we've changed it.
When? Today?
Not today. No, you're saying you saw it today? In the last couple of weeks, we've updated the website.
All right, why don't we table this for the next meeting?
Okay, fine.
And I want everybody to
Because
look
Veer
at
shows up with things on the agenda that he hasn't even
And by the
bothered
way,
to even
do
look
we have
at
anything in writing
in
from
months.
Salvation Army
He's
approving
just
of
yelling into the
putting that on there?
void.
For this to put on there, they've given us, I don't know if we have anything in writing, but we certainly have permission.
When? When this started? 20
When it
years
started,
ago?
yeah.
Okay, well,
I'm sure we can get written permission from them. That wouldn't be an issue.
no, I mean, you got another entity that we're now being an agent for. Mr. Militello can tell you there are a lot of problems with that if it's not done properly. I don't care if you give them the vouchers for Salvation Army, if they don't qualify for the other thing. I just don't like that we're presented as an organ of the Salvation Army.
You could put language in there that the township has no affiliation with the Salvation. I mean, you could put a disclaimer piece in.
Yeah, could we do that?
There's no need for a disclaimer if there's no mention of Salvation Army.
I guess I'm asking, I don't understand.
I
why
wonder
you
what
want
Veer
to offer that,
has
because
against the Salvation
it offers
Army.
people, they can look and they can see.
A very good question right there. What does he have against the Salvation Army? I mean, if you have an issue, the disclaimer should cover it. But what?
From a faith-based, or is it from, I guess I'm trying to understand the position other than the fact that the township may or may not want it on. If the township doesn't want it on, that there's a lot of times, and you can look at a lot of the different township websites as well as the county websites. What they do is they put a lot of link information. They put backlinks and links to other organizations to provide guidance for whoever's using the website to get them to whatever they're looking for. Again, this is just a vehicle for that. If this township has heard anything from the Salvation Army that they don't want to be on the website, clearly you need to take that off. But if there's a concern that that the township is somehow, there's an issue with Salvation Army, you certainly put a disclaimer. But if there's another issue, you could either address it with a disclaimer or take it off. But I guess
the issue is we're listed as an extension office of Salvation Army, okay? Which does a lot of good things, a lot of other things that the township doesn't do, okay?
Again, that's a policy decision for the board, whether you want to do it or not.
Right, so we're tabling this, everybody's gonna look at the change.
Okay, I just want to let you know.
We're tabling. You don't just get to the.
We're listed in the Salvation.
That's not how that works.
Manual that we are one of the sites.
That doesn't matter what they do. I don't care what they say.
Okay, fine.
I care about what we do.
So you just want it off of there, is that what you're telling me?
We're tabling this so everybody can look at the site and see what I'm talking about.
Okay, we'll table it.
It's on twice. We're called an extension branch of the Salvation Army, okay?
We're an extension center, yeah.
Extension center.
Which is a problem, okay? In my mind, it is a problem.
So,
because another group can say, wait a minute, you got them, now you got to give us.
I understand what you're saying. We could take it off the website if that's what everybody is saying.
I'm not objecting to the voucher.
You know,
If
Veer was kicked out of
there's
West
some
Point.
problem down
Maybe
the
it's the
line
Army
that
word
that the township gets
he has an
sued for
issue with.
discrimination or something because they didn't give a Salvation Army thing, then that was a needless liability that we took on by giving out the vouchers. But we don't have to advertise it, is all I'm saying.
Okay, I think we can solve this tonight. Did everybody else feel the same way?
People hate lawyers.
I mean,
I thought we tabled this.
well, no, it didn't get.
We're trying to.
It didn't, okay. I just don't, I understand what I don't. So let's have a stroll. What are your feelings about this?
My feeling is that I don't look at your website at all.
Yeah, you know.
And so I don't see those kind of things that Steve does. I think Steve could have a point of, we open ourselves up for other people to get on there. I don't know if that's the case.
I don't think that's the case.
You haven't said that's the history of that.
First, the board would have to approve it.
So, I don't see it as a
No,
big
the board
issue.
would be in a jam, okay, because we've already opened it up for one group, now the other groups want in.
But we don't have to accept other groups. We don't want to.
We can't discriminate, Stan, that's what I'm trying to avoid. Oh, we can give out the vouchers, that's not my concern.
Again, says
My
the guy
concern
who
is
wanted
the
to open up
advertising.
every meeting with an
We're listed
invocation
publicly
and
as a
didn't have an
satellite
issue with it before.
extension, or whatever, of the Salvation Army. We're a government organ.
So what Steve is saying, hold on. What Steve is saying is, hey, Township, you have a link to Salvation and you're promoting them. Why can't you have another page for us and have a link to our website and promote us like you're doing it for them? So you can either do one of two things. Either discontinue it if it becomes a problem at that point, or discontinue it now, or continue. I mean, again, it's a policy decision. It's for you as a board to make that decision. But you know, if you've I don't know how long you've been doing this. It's never been a problem. It's never been a problem. And if it's never been a problem, I don't know if it'll be a problem.
Going on 3 hours and 13 minutes now that I've been live.
So what you're saying is a remedy if somebody
This meeting
did come
again
across Catholic Charities, for example,
started at 7.
said,
It's
"You're
going
doing
on to
this for
9.
Salvation Army, we
And this
want
is what they're bickering about. This is what they're using their time
The
for.
remedy could be to just not do it anymore for Salvation Army and everything's settled. Is that what you're saying?
That's exactly what I'm saying.
Yeah, but the problem is everybody would have to come in. We couldn't say no to any other group, no matter how weird, far out,
All right.
antithetical it was.
If this is where to put it on.
Right. So
Okay.
all I'm saying is just take it off.
Okay, it's not worth a lot of discussion. Okay, we can take it off. I don't have a problem with
Did
that.
people ever come in here just for Salvation Army vouchers?
I couldn't tell you that for sure.
I believe Debbie said in one of the last previous meetings that yes, people
Let's make a
do.
motion.
Let's make a motion.
I'll make the motion that we
This
take it off.
isn't a motion about not handing out the vouchers.
This is just to take it off the website.
Right.
Okay.
That's my motion.
The motion is to take it off of our website. And that was whose motion?
Mine.
Your motion. Okay.
Who made the motion?
I did.
We have a second to this.
One second.
Okay, second. Roll call vote, Anderson.
Yes.
I'm getting brain dead. Rakestraw.
I think.
Yes, Rakestraw.
Yes.
Adams, sure, yes. Mr. Beer?
Yes.
Okay.
And Mr. Wojciechowski.
No.
Thank you, Stan. I just need a button that does that.
Item G. Moving on.
To discuss policy, camera policies. Mr.
Again,
Roll call for
something
camera
that's been
policy.
covered in previous meetings.
If you want, take a look at it, and then if you want, you can keep it on the.
I'm gonna step away for a moment.
agenda.
I've been sitting here for a long time.
Yeah, we could have you take a look at it and go back to it next meeting.
And if there's any comments regarding it,
The only thing, I do have something right now. It's just that if an incident comes to the attention of supervisor or staff, I think you could have like a township board.
It's in there somewhere.
No, it's not. Then I misread it. I didn't see it in there. I didn't see where it said board. I just got my notes here.
Suppose you could add the township board there too. Why don't you look it over and we'll bring it back next month? How's that?
Did I miss, my notes, I didn't say board.
It says board down further somewhere.
Further? Oh. But it said comes to the attention of supervisor or staff.
Well, that's because who it would come to the attention of. It's, you know, I mean.
Throw the board in.
The only thing these cameras are doing is checking, they're all outside except for one in the hall here and one in the front hall.
Yeah, as far as authorization, it is the supervisor or the township board.
See, it says that.
All right, I'm back. I feel relieved.
Yeah.
I'll keep going.
I missed it.
But Bob, we don't look at the cameras, so I don't understand why,
There's nothing on the cameras, guys.
when people don't have access to the cameras.
Be off the damn board.
Bob, I see your comment. So typically, it would not be reviewed unless an incident comes to the attention of the supervisor staff. The only reason those are the people on the day-to-day activity that's going on.
And if it would come to your attention, you just mention it to us, that's all.
I mean, you as a board member, I mean, you don't have to have a board meeting to then bring, you could just say, you know, yeah, I heard this, and let Craig know or let a staff person know.
Right.
Okay, got it. Okay.
So, are we okay with it as it is? Or?
Almost as if the township administrator is capable of doing administrative duties.
All right, so we'll, anybody make a motion for this? Must go.
No.
No, we didn't. We should have been discussing. Okay. To discuss the policy for the cameras, so we just discussed it, which we have a motion to accept the policy. Also moved. We have a second.
Second.
Roll call vote. Anderson.
Yes.
Rakestraw.
Yes.
Adams, yes. Spear.
Yes.
Who's down there at the end? Wojciechowski?
Yes.
This was put on by Mr. Wojciechowski to present an opinion on the ability to have more than 2 trustees to call a special meeting. I think you got that from Jim, and his recommendation is not to change anything.
Well, I read the email saying that it was against the regulations, so it can't be done, it can't be done, I'll withdraw it.
Okay.
A sane motion. Oh, look, I was told by the attorney it can't be done. I'll withdraw the motion. Thank you. I need that button. Thank you, Stan. I'll collect people together. We'll all record it. Everybody at once.
I'll make the motion.
Do you have a second?
Second.
Okay.
May I
You may.
say something?
Mm-hmm.
We discussed this motion in the May 14th meeting, and the motion failed.
Correct.
Which means you can't bring it up again.
Mr. Rakestraw brought it up. He voted with us at the time.
That's right, it's in the minutes.
But he can bring it back up if he.
I can bring it back up.
If he votes against something,
If he voted for it, he can change his mind.
You remember when we voted on the mosquito abatement? Or not the mosquito abatement, the taking care of properties that had been let go?
Right.
And I voted against doing that, and I brought it back up.
Yeah,
Remember
you
that?
can do that.
So you're saying that it can be done if a board member changes their vote?
If he's on the other side of the vote.
it's on the other side of the vote.
For clarification's sake, only somebody on the winning side can motion to reconsider. Nobody on the losing side can.
One gentleman, I would hope you know there's no fraud or anything going on here. There isn't. You approve every bill every month that goes through here. Nothing else is ever paid. A forensic audit can be very, very, very expensive, and I would like to avoid, a huge bill. I don't think it's fair to the taxpayers. If you have a reason to have a forensic audit, do you suspect something? Because all our audits have been clean, and matter of fact, exemplary. Now, yeah, you're right. You're on, Mr. Vera. I've got the floor. Now, a regular audit does not go over every little. I want you to understand what a forensic audit is. They're going to want to go over every piece of paper, every bill, every this, every that. It's going to take a tremendous amount of staff time. It's going to be a tremendous cost, and I just don't see the need for it unless you guys are accusing us of fraud.
I'm not accusing you. I'm just.
Mr. Adams, if I may.
No, you may not. I'm talking to Mr. Extra.
All I'm saying is that I am not an accountant. I didn't even like doing my taxes.
Right.
I had an accountant do my taxes. So, but that puts an unfair burden on me to say, well, yes, this is okay, or no, it's not okay.
Well,
all I'm saying is that by doing it, everything
You ran for the
cleared
office.
up.
What do you mean it's an unfair burden to look at the bills every month?
It's done by CPAs. CPAs. They go through everything to check, and there's never been an issue.
May I be recognized?
Yes, Stan.
I believe I was first in line.
The chair has the prerogative on who he recognizes in what order.
Nonsense that the sky is the limit on forensic.
What do you mean it's nonsense?
We can put a cap on it, okay? And we can give out specific instructions about what we want looked at. If everything is so clean and good as a bell, then there shouldn't be any problem.
I don't have a problem with that. I have a problem with the cost. What do you want to spend on
As I
this?
said-
And we have nothing in the budget to spend this on. We have nothing in the budget, gentlemen.
Of course we do.
No, we don't.
Well, Mr. Edwards said we had a $1.9 million surplus.
But it's not in the budget. Not in the budget, you can't spend it.
Boom, not in the budget.
Now, I believe Mr. Militello had a suggestion.
Do you have a suggestion, Mr. Reynolds?
He did at the last meeting.
As far as putting an RFP together?
Yes.
Well, if you want an RFP, that would be fine, I guess.
If the board is in favor of this, I'd be more than happy to put an RFP together and bring it back to the board at the July meeting.
Okay.
But it has to be limited, so you
Yes,
guys.
we'll put a cap on the finances of it, okay? You don't have to worry about it.
Not only the cap of finances, you have to tell them what to look.
Yeah, we'll have that too.
Okay.
Mr. Adams, if I could be recognized.
Yes, you may, Mr. Conley.
Why?
Because I asked to be.
Because it affects.
Because you involve the road district and your.
So what if it involves the road?
You're not the
district?
supervisor.
We are voting on his board. He is not.
Here,
a board
you
member.
lost
You're
the
not a
race for the supervisor position.
Mr. Adams?
I recognize Mr. Condon to talk about this.
I would ask Mr. Militello to verify that I can be recognized to discuss this as it impacts the road district as number one. Mr. Militello, would you verify that I can be recognized to discuss this?
You could actually be recognized at any point in time in the meeting by the supervisor.
Thank you. Mr. Ver, I would ask that you verify that you understand what Mr. Militello just said. Mr. Ver, do you understand what Mr. Militello just said?
I disagree with it. It violates every parliamentary procedure, okay?
So do you.
So let's continue
Mr.
on.
Veer, who violates parliamentary procedure as he wakes up every morning.
We all understand the attorney said that I can be recognized, number one. Number two, I just want to make sure that you're aware, unless you have some reason to expend these funds, if you have some accusation, if you have some reason for spending these funds beyond our annual audit. The township will not be wasting any taxpayer dollars on these unless you have a specific reason. And if you have a specific reason, please bring it forward because we don't want to hide anything. Beyond that, I just want to make sure that you understand, unless there's requirements by law, the Township Road District will not be spending a single dime on any of these audits based on the fact that we do an annual audit. They've found no problems, and you haven't presented us with any reason to do it. If you have reasons, please bring them forward so that we can work together, as I've preached all night long. So, again, thank you for your time.
If there's something you want to look at, just we'll let you look at it. Why go through a forensic audit?
And if it's serious, let's get it done. Let's make sure we're on the same page. Sorry I wasn't recognized.
I'm just going to point out again, you approve all bills and all expenditures every month. Nothing else is ever paid out, so I don't know how there could be anything wrong.
There could be a lot of things wrong, okay?
Mr. Veer, you're not recognized. That's a violation of parliamentary procedure.
These reviews aren't worth anything.
He wasn't recognized.
First of all, Mr. Veer, I think the CPAs would be very offended that you would say that their reviews aren't worth anything.
They should welcome someone looking it over, just like the road district commissioner should, okay?
No, if I could respond to that, Mr. Adams?
Last time, let's get on with this.
The road district has plenty of things that they need to expend funds on, other than some witch hunt proposed by, for lack of a better word, I'll just reserve any comment, Mr. Burr, but it is literally a witch hunt to try to find something to put in the paper. You are the exact type of person that causes politics to be a problem these days.
No personal attacks.
So there's nothing going on in the township. We will not participate in it.
Says the man that makes personal attacks on everyone.
I'll have plenty of reasons.
I'm sure you will.
And it's not up to you to decide. As you said, you're not paying for it.
You're being recognized.
Again.
All right. May I get my 2 cents?
Yes, you may.
Several weeks ago, I was interviewed by the township auditor. And she told me that on a regular basis, they interview, they'll pick out a trustee, and they'll interview them, they ask them questions. One specific question was, do you see any wrongdoing? Do you see any money being spent? Do you see anybody being, anything going on? And this is the audit, this is the township auditor, they're in the middle of this audit right now. So you're saying we're going to have 2 auditors working at the same time?
They're completely different auditors.
Well, yeah, a forensic auditor is somebody...
Again, Mr. Veer, you're not recognized.
...that feels that a crime has been committed.
Wrong.
That's my impression.
Violation of parliamentary procedure.
Bob, have you had the school district do a forensic audit?
Inaccuracy.
Forensic
Have you had the school district do a forensic audit?
needs to be against the law.
I don't care what it means to you. That's not entirely what a forensic review does.
Then what's the point?
The point is
To spend money.
see what's being done in this township. Everybody's opposed to it. That itself raises questions. In my mind.
No, it doesn't.
The township auditors...
Today you can't trust anybody.
The township auditors only review money coming in and what goes out, okay?
Well, that's what an auditor's
There's plenty of other things, a forensic audit.
Yeah, they ought to do an audit on that $30,000 that you wasted.
Yeah.
All right, stop.
Why was that? Why was that, Derek?
Stop.
Did you guys get a kickback?
Gentlemen,
What are you even talking about?
we've had discussion, okay? So we're gonna take a vote if we should really do this or not have Mr. Milto prepare an RFP for us to do this or not to do this. Forensic auditors, just so you know, there are a lot of them, and they're extremely expensive, extremely so.
I just told you that that's not so. We can put a cap on it. Okay?
Well, if they're $400 or $500 an hour, what kind of cap are you suggesting? $5,000?
I don't know where you're getting this from, Mr. You're just spouting it off without any...
No, I'm not. I've looked up forensic auditors. That's how much it costs.
Could we just table this till the next meeting?
No, let's do it now, because then I'll provide the basis of the RP. Okay, I need to have the go-ahead to start. Nobody's gonna be hired, nobody's gonna be, not any money is gonna be spent, but we'll start the whole process.
Let's table it until we can get an RFP.
Yeah, let's table it until 2885, okay? Why don't we do that?
All right, roll call vote.
It's Mike's motion, you wanna call a question, or you wanna table it? I just feel my.
I'm calling the question.
Huh?
Call the question.
Call the question.
What are we voting on?
You're
I don't know
voting on
exactly what we're voting
Mr.
on.
Rattel preparing an RFP for this forensic audit.
Okay, so
And I don't.
there's no dollar amount bound in this, it's just a matter of moving forward with that and see what we're gonna go with this, is that what we're voting on?
I guess so.
Right.
And then we'll go for, with the specifics.
And
So
I'll be supplying the areas that we're going to examine in the various departments.
Okay, I'm okay. As long as we're not
You know,
putting
if he
down-
already has areas that he wants to examine, why did he bring them forth when he originally requested the RFP last time?
And I seconded it.
You seconded it. So now the question was called to have the attorney to move forward.
Okay.
Proposal here.
Thank you.
Okay. Adams, no, I don't see the necessity. Veer?
Yes.
Wojciechowski?
No.
Okay. There's a mistake there. Did you have the general assistance report?
Draining
which
the coffers
Tom and I
more.
discussed. We plan on
We
going.
can complete the vote on that.
Huh?
We complete the vote on that?
Yeah, didn't I?
No.
Yes.
I only got 2 votes.
It was,
Yes, yeah, if you don't mind.
it was 3 yeses.
Rakestraw
Rakestraw, yes, yes.
and Deere. Thank you.
Okay. You have your general assistance report, your packet.
Wait a minute, don't we have old business?
What did I skip something?
Proposal
Oh,
for
old
agenda.
business, do we have any old business?
Yes. We're running out of time on getting that proposal to get the advertising on the fields.
Mr. Rattel was to look at that.
So I mean, if we don't get something done soon, it's just gonna be.
I understand what you're saying.
Because I felt like every month we find a way to postpone.
I'm sorry, Mr. Rattel was gonna look into that, we probably slipped off his radar.
Yeah, I don't have a formal written opinion yet, but I can tell you this, I have not been able to find anything within the township code that authorizes the advertising. And then because what it does is, as we have seen with the Salvation Army incident, where do you draw the line as far as that? Assuming you decided to say, you know what, we don't care, we're gonna advertise it anyways, you're still gonna run across the same foul of.
Ku Klux Klan advertising.
Where do you draw the line
Well,
as far as that?
we talked about this. We have a board within this
Yeah, but what I'm saying
has to
is,
make the decision.
there's
what's
no,
appropriate, what's
there's
not.
no statutory authority that allows you to create a subcommittee for a benefit. It's almost like, for example, like McHenry County College has Friends of McHenry County College, or there's various, where a lot of different entities get set up. The township doesn't have the authority to create other entities and/or other branches within the township itself. Now, that doesn't mean Mike Rakestraw can't create the Mike Rakestraw Friends of McHenry Township Fund, and you might go out there and do that and run your own.
If he does create the Friends of
advertising
McHenry Township
campaign.
Fund,
Like, you go ahead and do it.
On the grounds, on township grounds.
Well, no, not necessarily, because then you'd have every.
That already
other township,
exists.
Any other organization trying to do the same thing that you're doing. So you're looking for endorsement just kind of like the same way that the Salvation Army is.
All I'm trying to do is cut the costs.
No, I understand what you're saying. I don't think it's a bad idea if we can do it, but Mr. Rattel has told us there's no statute in the.
There's no statutory authority that would allow you to do it. Doesn't mean you can't go out there and try to do it, like you set up your own non-for-profit. Generate the money, whatever you want to do, and provide whatever donations that you want to provide. My concern is, again, the township can't go out and create another entity and/or staff an entity to run some other foundation, much like, again, the McHenry County College. Even some of the, it's almost like a subcommittee of, or a subsidiary company of a company.
Well, we already have the recreational funding from the township for all the land that we have there, don't we?
But
We
those
staff- we have
are
two staff
provided for in the township code.
But we created something and we're staffing it with.
Because that's in the township code. That's
What I
was
just
trying
said.
to-
Yeah, so
Yep.
I understand what you're saying, but I have to look to find a section within the code that allows you to do what you want to do. Otherwise, we're just making things up. There's a specific section as far as your township powers and what those are. Again, great idea. Again, if you want to do it on your own and or create a non-for-profit on your own and generate contributions and non-for-profits, that's great, but the township is not in a position to be able to do that.
So I might as well drop this thing, is what you're saying.
This really just has turned into a marathon session, hasn't it? Like, I'm coming up on 3.5 hours of live streaming. Woo-hoo.
I mean, you'd be on an individual basis, not on a township basis.
Now, you know
But I'd be asking
you know
for
what
the
we might-
use of this facility.
Let me ask you a question. If our baseball groups possibly, okay, if they would go do that under their own, then they could hang them at the township.
You're talking about hanging out, advertising out like on the post and things?
On the
like that?
fences and stuff.
Again, you know, you're gonna run afoul of anybody else wanting to put up their own banners and signs and things like that. How are you gonna control that?
Because you can't discriminate.
Well, you can, if they're using the facilities,
It's still
why
township
can't they
property.
do it? Why
Still-
can't they do it?
it's still township
You got
property.
soccer league, you've got baseball.
I understand what you're saying, but it's still township property. It's a public, it's different. I know, Mike, I know what you're trying to say. I don't disagree with you. But business and government always don't come together.
Now, for example, if you were the McHenry County Fair Board, absolutely. I mean, that's a private, that's a not-for-profit organization where you have members throughout the county coming together for a specific fundraiser. And they do have organizations that provide funding, and they raise some of their funds by that advertising where they're putting the banners all along the chain link.
Again, this is stuff that is
Absolutely.
very
That's a
easily
separate
findable.
not-for-profit company.
I don't know why we have to go through
fundraising committee
advertising
within that
law
organization
101
that,
as
you
part
know,
of a
goes
county
out and
board
accepts
meeting,
those
or
solicitations.
not county board,
So
but
what
township
would
board
happen
meeting.
if the township
I don't,
made a
it's
resolution
just a
to
waste of time.
Create this not-for-profit.
You don't have the authority.
Why not?
Because it's not in the code. So you as a.
You got all that code now.
So the township is ruled by the township code and other related provisions. So when you say, Jim, can we do this? Sometimes I'll know exactly the answer, and the other times I'll have to research it. The times that I have to research it, you have to still go to the township code to find out and look to see whether or not there's express or indirect authority that would allow you to do it. And so, but there's nothing in there that says.
For the record, Veer's on his
the
phone
township
again.
Board and or electors for that matter, and or the electors for that matter, can go out and create a separate entity to operate under the guise of the township. There's nothing in it.
Okay, I'll drop it.
Well, the township code doesn't forbid it either, right? Okay.
Dillon's Law.
Yes.
Look it up.
It doesn't forbid it, which would mean that anything would be possible. I mean, there's nothing in the code that says you can do that.
And there's nothing in the code that says you can't do it, right?
Correct, but township is a creature of statute, which means that unless it specifically provides it in the statute, that you can't do it. It's not because it's omitted, you can do it. It has to be expressly provided that you can.
You're talking about Dillon's Law.
I'm talking about Dillon's rule and interpretation by not only the Attorney General, but the courts. As far
Again,
as that is.
what'd I just say?
Well,
I'm not suggesting it's not a bad idea. I'm not saying it's a bad idea.
Nobody's saying it's a bad idea.
I'm just saying that you're going to get out on shaky ground, and it's going to certainly raise issues. Number one. Number two, you know, if you're looking also, quite honestly, you know, if you're the contributor, you know, first thing you're going to say is, are you a 501c3 that I can take this money and I can write it off? And so, you know, great suggestion. I would suggest that look at trying to establish a non-for-profit, set it up as a 501c3, and run with it.
Okay. Any proposed agenda items for next month at this time? Okay.
Can we add on the RFP that was brought up today?
What was that?
For forensic?
For the forensic audit, that's gonna be on the agenda for next week.
Okay. All right. We got the park report. People are starting to show up again in small groups. And then Bob and I just discussed the general assistance report before.
I have nothing to add to it this time.
What's that?
I have nothing to add what we talked about
Okay.
before.
So the assessor's report, I assume, is in your packet. I don't remember. I'm sure it is.
It's in there.
Okay. Highway commissioners.
Hang in there, people. We're almost to the end.
Any questions you can ask them about
That's
those?
just gonna be on the agenda.
Okay.
We might be able to get dinner before 10 o'clock.
Just the bus numbers, when you have senior and disabled on them.
Yes, I do.
In the future, could that just say what it is, so it's not some mystery thing?
Wait, what do you mean? I don't understand.
Bus ridership.
Oh, it didn't say that up top? Okay, I'll make sure it says that.
Just says McHenry Township, and then
Oh, it doesn't say, okay.
And I think there was one other comment regarding the number of calls you wanted to add, because you did.
Yes, I will add the number of calls that we get or that we have to field.
Yes, that's what we talked about before.
Okay. All right. With
now,
that,
if someone needs a caregiver to accompany them.
He asked this same question 3 meetings in a
Where do they
row.
fit into this ridership?
I don't believe they get counted because they just get on there because that's the way it is, according to the what do you want to call it? The ADA.
What about Torma? Do they know other people are on?
Yeah, they know. They're
Same
aware of their
questions
policies.
3 meetings in a row now. All of these are regarding a caregiver accompanying,
Okay,
and if Torma knows the caregiver's accompany, and it's the same questions every time.
Individual persons, right?
Yeah, I believe they are.
Okay, so what's going on with these bus tickets that have been sold? Are there any more being sold?
We do have bus vouchers. Some private people purchase some and gave them out. So that doesn't cost us anything and we make more money, so.
All right, now, what is the cost of the bus voucher as of June 1st?
$5. Each voucher is $5. You need one to go and one to come back. You understand what I'm saying?
Right, so there's you don't just buy one, do you? You buy a book?
You should buy a book, yeah.
So
But now with the new price, I don't know if people, we usually have a book of 10, that's $50. I don't know if people are gonna purchase them for that or not, so. They could purchase a book or individual.
I thought in your old business we were gonna talk about the age on the buses.
You said 60, I think Mr. Middleton told us it's 55, didn't he, according to Township Code?
Well, I'd like a legal opinion on that, because.
He's been
it
given a
goes against
legal
what other
opinion on this
townships are doing.
already. Militello has covered this multiple
Okay.
times.
Care to look at
Again,
the other
the
townships
same
that are
things
doing
over
seniors at
and
60?
over and
That's
over
what
again.
PACE is, that's what CTA is. Okay.
He was just looking at, okay, he'll look at that for us.
And what about the legal opinion about getting rid of emergency assistance?
I opined on that and said, emergency
Again,
assistance is
an
not,
opinion has been given on this.
mandatory and you can.
We can do it? Okay, so this goes on the next agenda.
Well, wait a minute, gentlemen, we just talked about this COVID-19 thing and leaving some money in there. Do we really want to eliminate it at this point in time?
I've always said to start with, without even looking into that it's a non-mandated function.
It is, but it's a necessary function.
We're also talking about a very few number of people who are even getting it.
The people that do get it really need it.
Yeah, and it takes how much money to pay the salaries of the people administering it? If it was a charity doing this, it'd be shut down.
Okay.
How much money it costs to give out each dollar? What would you say the estimate is? How much does the township pay in salaries, benefits?
Haven't figured it out.
All the other costs?
It doesn't matter,
more
it's
than
a
what's
public
given.
body.
Oh, no, that's not true. That's not true.
It's much more.
It's not true.
Oh, it isn't?
I don't think so. It's expensive to do, I will say that.
Do you have any number of what it costs, the administrative cost for every dollar that goes out? Do you have, like, an aid that goes out that costs administrative costs?
I don't have anything like that.
Well, could you prepare one for us?
I could try, yeah.
Well, it's very simple. You do the cost of how many people take to administer it. And then how much is actually given out in an annual basis.
Okay.
According to this report, only 6 people got emergency assistance in May.
And fuck those 6 people. Again, sorry for my language, but I mean, seriously, that's 6 people that were in dire straits that needed emergency assistance. And he's like, oh, it's too few people.
And then we're helping other people also, so.
What's a good number to look at those? Do you see what it costs for a dollar of aid? What is the actual administrative cost to put it out? The cost of the township to put it out?
When was emergency assistance inaugurated in the township? You were a trustee a long time before supervisor.
Before my time.
So that means what? The 1980s, 90s?
I think it was early 90s somewhere.
And when did we become the satellite extension of Salvation Army?
That I don't know. I don't remember that.
What were they doing it when you were a trustee?
I believe so.
So that goes back at least, what, 15 years?
It might be more than that, yeah.
Again, all of these questions have been asked last month, and the month before, and the month before, and the month, these have all been answered before.
That's a missing number, it should be enough. Because it's quite a few.
Now, would you consider someone who applied, they filled out the initial form, but then they didn't give the,
Again, another question that was answered last month.
Would that be an application, or do you consider it a full application?
I think we only consider a full application. I will check on that.
What's the most money we've ever given out in a month? It's just a ballpark figure. I don't expect it to have it.
I'd have to go look that up.
I'm just trying to get a handle on how much it's declined in the last 2 months versus prior times.
Okay, what I'm trying to compare this to is 2008 when it went very high. And we had lots and lots of cases and lots of emergency assistance.
But the township, the population has also gone down since then.
Not significantly that I'm aware of.
No, 7, 8%. I think that's significant.
In the township?
Yeah.
Okay.
The statute was enacted in 1989, so it was sometime after 1989.
So it would have been 1989, or 1990.
I'm just trying to figure out why we even have it. If we have SNAP, welfare, all these other things.
Because
Oh, questions that have been asked before and answered and answered and answered.
A very long time to get on those programs. So we're the stopgap. As soon as they get to their programs, they're done with us. They're done. We're just a stopgap until they can get signed up with those programs.
They give SNAP cards out immediately.
SNAP they might, but that's No, they don't. You got to apply and.
Yeah, if you bring in everything, on the spot, you'll get it.
No, you don't.
Then,
I can guarantee you that.
well, it may come in the mail a few days later.
It takes at least 7 to 14 days. There is an emergency snap, and that you can't get for at least 7 days.
Thank you,
To get
Debbie.
that disability, it takes 3 years nowadays.
It's up to 3.5 right now.
You mean Social Security disability?
Yeah,
Correct.
Social Security disability.
You just don't get on it. It takes a long time.
I know it takes a long time to get on Social Security disability, not for myself, but for somebody else I know.
Okay, gentlemen. Any other questions there? All right. Do we need an executive session?
Yeah.
Okay. Gentlemen, I'm not feeling well. I haven't been feeling well all night.
I have to go.
I'm going to excuse myself from that too, and then
I'm leaving.
the rest of you can discuss it. And I'll get filled in later. So,
And the topics will be the email that we were sent by Mr. Militello today from the State's Attorney's Office, as well as update on the Attorney General investigation.
Ladies and gentlemen, executive session. I blame an individual who I will remain nameless here on this broadcast. She brought it up.
120/2C11.
And I think this will be very brief, Mr. Militello. Okay, I mean like less than 10 minutes. Right?
yeah. Could turn the camera off, couldn't we?
Oh, we still have to come back after.
We still have the public going, so.
Oh,
Yeah, I would say let's step out. Was there a motion by Steve?
Yeah, motion to go into executive, a very short executive session.
Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Mike? Aye. Second. Aye.
What's the time? 9:40.
All right, it's executive session break. Board member comment is after executive session. There's always a chance that they'll try and do crap when they come back. It's up to you whether or not you stick around. I'll be here. I'm going to shut off the camera for a little bit though and just let the video play.
Meetings that any board has ever had in the entire history.
We're not like every other board.
Oh, you're not. You're 8 people. You're evil. You're all 3 of you. Evil. Satan. You're pure evil. I'll never hated people in my life as much as I hate you. And you know what I really hate? I hate that feeling of hate. You guys force it.
You really should.
You guys force it.
Because if Jesus Christ doesn't say that.
Don't talk about religion. You gotta be the most unreligious person in the entire world. It's funny? It's not funny.
That's an ignorant statement.
No, it's not ignorant. It's factual.
Are you going in there too? You want a chair?
No.
Are you sure?
Yeah.
Mike, are you coming in?
Yes,
They're waiting for you.
I know, I'll be there.
Yeah, I can tell.
I know I said I was gonna be quiet for a moment here, but I gotta say, hearing Dan call people evil to their face, that's it's a bit of what's that German word, Schadenfreude, or where you get joy from somebody else's. Yeah. There we go. Ladies and gentlemen, if you're out there still listening, they're coming back.
Dan, this is, or is it yours?
No. That must be Kurt's.
Oh. Hey, Debbie?
Deb?
This phone, whose is this?
That's the office, that's.
Okay.
Yeah,
I'm
this
sorry.
one.
I'm sorry.
When Craig left, you were in the field note, they said you wanted to finish off the meeting.
Okay.
So,
Great.
do we have to make a motion to come back in?
Yes.
So somebody can make a motion that we come back into regular session?
I'll make the motion.
Second.
I'm sorry.
Mike made the motion to come back into regular session, second by Steve here. And you got your time there? So now we're back from executive session, and so we're number P, board comments, board member comments. Any comments from anybody? I hear none, I don't have anything, so should I have a motion to?
Motion to adjourn?
Motion to
I'll make a
adjourn?
motion that we adjourn.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
All ayes, motion adjourned.
No, we gotta sign
And that's the motion to adjourn, ladies and gentlemen.
Have you got all your
Man,
signatures?
4 hours.
No.
4 hours.
She got it signed.
Well, I hope I've brought at least a little bit of entertainment to what is otherwise usually a frustrating evening. Yeah. Here's to that. If there's anything else that comes up, well, I'm sure you guys know where to find the information. If not, look for Save the McHenry Township on the Facebook page. Keep an eye out here on Don't Panic McHenry County for the next meeting. I'll do this again. I'll keep doing it until they make me stop. But other than that, I'm Mike Toller. This has been a special presentation of Don't Panic McHenry County, known as McHenry Township Pirate Radio.